a powerhouse couple that you guys are going to have the privilege online of being coached by. So they have also been a part of this process for, I believe, a couple of years now, particularly with this workshop. So they've got a wealth of information, especially when it comes to some of the things we're going to be talking around with copywriting, with marketing, how to brand yourself as a speaker. The reason why we love Cabrina and Jimmy being on this workshop is because they bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to get you in front of meeting planners and getting the right eyeballs on your speaker webpage, but also knowing what is going to make those eyeballs actually want to click buttons and book you to be on their stage. So with that, there's a few other things that I want to make sure that we are very clear on. So the focus of this workshop, as you can tell, we have a 4-part system when it comes to these workshops that advance your reach. We have our clarity execution workshop that is around getting clear on the problem you solve and who you serve. And, I remember talking with the Duckers and Melvara about, getting clear on some of that stuff. It is something that we revisit all the time. And if you guys aren't involved in the Facebook group, in the accelerator community, make sure you are, because that's where you can continue to bring that back. That's not the focus of this workshop, though. The other thing as well, of course, is Signature Talk. Let me know in the chat if you guys have been out to Signature Talk Execution Workshop. Duckers, you guys have been out there, right? Yeah, you guys have worked with Pat. So that is where we're getting this product. And the one thing I want you guys to treat Signature Talk as, there's 2 ways to treat your Signature Talk. In front of an ideal audience, it is your #1 marketing tool because you are getting in front of prospects. However, for the next 2 days, I need you to take that mindset off for the time being and treat the Signature Talk as a product or service that you are selling to a meeting planner. It's a different mindset, because it is the thing that you are delivering on for a meeting planner's event. Whether it's being interviewed on a podcast or being in front of an industry level event as a keynote speaker, every single time that you are talking about your Signature Talk, that is the value. That is the thing that you're going to be selling to, quote unquote, to a meeting planner. So we're going to be treating it a little bit differently. The actual design of the Signature Talk and everything like that, that's not the focus of this workshop, though. So I just want to make sure that you guys have a quick note on how to treat the Signature Talk for this workshop for the next 2 days. And of course, once you are on stage, you have a product that you want to sell. You have a mastermind, you have a coaching program, you have a online course, depending on what you were wanting to develop at Product Execution Workshop, that proprietary process that we were working through. That's what you're going to be using on a stage to actually make money off of that stage. Yes, we believe that keynotes are a great way to get money from a stage, but it's not the only one. We're going to be talking about the business model of speaking today, and that model is varied, but the one thing you need with any of these business models is a product or service that people want to engage and go deeper with you after the stage. Now, we won't be talking about products at this workshop. We will, however, have a bonus session at the end of tomorrow where we're going to be going through how do you get somebody from being on a stage to getting them to being a customer. We're going to talk about that process, one of our most common processes of getting leads and converting those leads into customers from stages. So we will be talking about that over this workshop. But the biggest thing that we're going to be talking about is other people's stages. So we're going to be talking around everything you need to win over meeting planners. That's the main thing that we're going to be talking about. And so there's going to be a few things that I'm going to be referencing from other workshops, but we're going to turn that on its head a lot of times and actually try to implement that to a new audience. Because the one thing I want you guys to also realize here is that everything that you guys have been building up on with Clarity Workshop, with Signature Talk Workshop, with Product Workshop, the whole focus for those 3 workshops has been on your ideal customer. The Duckers have an ideal customer, and they need to be going after those ideal customers, but they have a second customer, and so do you. So do you, Trisha Robinson. So do you, Shrilena. You guys have a second ideal customer when it comes to your OPS, and that is your ideal meeting planner avatar. Your ideal meeting planner avatar. We're going to be talking a little bit more about that tomorrow, but it is a new audience that we're going to need to shift things around on who we want to be finding that is the gatekeeper to a whole ocean of prospects. So let us go ahead and show you guys the framework we're going through with OPSs. So you'll see behind me, we've got a few things. I'll go ahead and actually just come over here and point to them. I'm not used to this. It's been a while since I've been live. It's kind of crazy. I'm like, oh yeah, there's actually a screen behind me. This is amazing. So we have Mind of the Meeting Planner. Mind of the Meeting Planner is going to help you guys understand who this new audience is, this new prospect, so to speak, that you guys are going to be reaching out to. Because if you understand the Mind of the Meeting Planner and their objections, then you're going to be much more able to solve those objections, right? So that's the first thing we're going to talk about here this morning. Then we also have positioning. Now, positioning is really what we're going to be starting to develop and work on over these next 2 days. Now, here's a thing around these 2 days. You guys have, I believe most of you, if not all of you, have access to, now I'm trying to remember the name of it, Funnel Gorgeous, that software that has the funnels and also has a speaker web page. It has templates already loaded up in there. There's one thing I want to make sure is very clear of what these 2 days are and are not. What these 2 days are is the hardest part of developing all those assets, which is the copy and the words that go on the page. This isn't going to be a tech support workshop where we're talking you through how to build everything out in Funnel Gorgeous. I believe they do have weekly times that you can get on with Julie Stowen's team to make sure that, you know, anything that we talk about here, you can then build out those funnels and get the things that we type up here that we develop, that you work on with your coach. Then it's just basically a copy and paste into Funnel Gorgeous. And of course, if you're not using Funnel Gorgeous, then you will have everything you need to put it on your own website or your own funnel when you're reaching out to meeting planners and you know what to put on that speaker web page. So at the end of the day, while I know for some of us, including myself, tech support can be a big hurdle for us, but it's not the biggest one. A meeting planner doesn't actually care about how pretty a website is. They care about seeing your face on a video, and they care about the words that are on the page. I have seen so many different horribly designed, in my opinion, funnels or web pages that get in crazy conversion rates on almost anything under the sun. And that includes getting booked to speak. So I want you guys to just, let's take off the hat of technical design and all that stuff, and let's focus on the task at hand over these 2 days, which is what are the words, what are the messaging components to talking to meeting planners and building those things out. Because the number one thing that we're going to be working on over these 2 days, your 5-in-1 outreach tool, that is multimodal. And you won't, and I'm going to be showing you guys that there's ways that you don't even need the speaker landing page after this workshop to win stages. Because I know the number one thing that most of you are going to be thinking about is, okay, I got all this stuff ready. Now I need to get it loaded up, and then I can reach out to meeting planners. Big no. Big no. You do not need that. All you need is implementing a few of these tools, and there are ways to implement these tools that don't require a web page, that don't require an automated sequence. It can be simply as easy as picking up a phone, shooting a quick video, and sending it to a meeting planner. And we have seen, and still to this day, our number one best OPS student who implemented this, after day one talking about this script that we're gonna start to go over later this afternoon, he spent from 5 p.m. when we ended the workshop until 1 in the morning. I still don't know who was answering his calls at 1 in the morning. Maybe he had some people overseas. But he won, I believe it was somewhere between 10 and 20 stages on day one of this workshop, because he didn't care about his speaker web page being up and running. He didn't care about having everything perfect and in order. And that's the number one thing that's going to prevent you from getting results at this workshop, is thinking you need perfect. You don't. You don't need perfect. You just need to get progress. And the best way to do progress, like Scott said in the room, is taking action. And that's the thing I want all of you guys to focus on, is on taking action with the things that we're talking about over this workshop. So that's positioning. It's getting all the assets together, and we're going to be working heavily on this in our focus times, in our workbook, and with the assistance of your coaches. No. Now, we're actually going to talk about this morning. This is knowing your business model. This is the thing that really attracted me to Advance Your Reach when I was first a customer of AYR back in 2017, was this holistic business model to speaking. Nobody else teaches this. I still, to this day, have not seen anyone teach a holistic business model on how you can make money from stages, and also knowing how many different stages there are out there. This was the main reason that we were able to pivot in 2020 and actually make it our best year ever, was because we already knew that Stages was going virtual. We knew before COVID happened that Stages were going virtual, and we were already preaching that Stages were going virtual. And because the fact that we knew that, we were able to double down and pivot and create and innovate, and you guys can do that as well. Then this is the boring part for most people, but this is the lead domino. This is gold mining, this is research, this is building a prospect list, so to speak, for meeting planners. You want to have a list of people to reach out to, and there's a two-part system. One is easier, more lucrative, and faster, and I want you to focus on it. The other is harder and takes longer, but we still need to discuss it. And we're going to be talking about that here this morning. Finally, we have win. This is the fun part. This is when you have everything, all these other elements decided, you have some traction, and you're going to go out and win those stages. So that's our 5-part framework. Now, for this morning's session, just to be also very clear, this is the longest that I'm going to be talking this entire workshop, because we have a lot of prerequisite content, so to speak, to get through, so you guys have a baseline of understanding. And we're going to use that baseline of understanding to then get to work. And we're going to have some brief times where I'm giving you guys the key concepts for this. And then you guys are going to be getting to work. And as things come up, you're going to be asking for assistance from your coaches. All right. So with that, on day one, the main things that we're focusing on is getting clear on some of these baseline prerequisite subjects, so to speak. We're going to be talking around knowing and finding stages. So here's the thing. I want to challenge each of you today. You will be reaching out to some people today. And by all means, actually do so. Now, luckily, I have the Duckers here with me, and they're going to be held accountable because I'm in the room with them. I want you guys to treat it the exact same way, because I can still see you, Rose. I can see you on my screen. I can still see you, Shriley. I can still see you, Trisha. I can still see you, Ryan. So don't turn off your video when you're making outreaches. I want to see you pick up the phone, okay? That's what we're going to be doing today. We want you guys to be taking action, and that is one of the things that we're going to be doing today. All right, so that's one of the biggest things. And then we have this this new 5-in-1 outreach tool, and what that is it is what it sounds. If there's one tool that you need to win over meeting planners, it's this tool. And you just change it and tweak it depending on which meeting planner you're reaching out to and which medium you're using. If you're using video, if you're using evergreen video, personalized video, if you're using it in an email, if you're sending a direct mail piece, we're going to be talking about all those modalities starting this afternoon and going into tomorrow. All right, so that's day one. So these are the biggest things that we are working on over here. So we've got our 5-in-1 script that I just described, your speaker webpage. We're going to be focused on that and the OPS funnel tomorrow. Now, I want to take a quick second on this slide to use the OPS funnel to illustrate everything that it is that we're building here. So this funnel, and I'm sure that you guys have seen it by now, we first released this at our last big event, A360i, and it's a newer version of our system. And this system is showing how you can use research, doing a multiple amount of outreaches, and leading that to a pipeline of phone calls. So one thing we're going to talk about here this morning is how all roads lead to the phone. You'll see here, if you look at champions, it goes down an arrow. You've got these different templates that you'll use. It leads to a call. You've got the OPS funnel for cold outreach. You're going to be using a problem-solving letter. You're going to be using social media. You're going to be using video. You're going to be using emails. You're going to be proactively calling. But at the end of the day, you want them to book a call. And then you're going to get into next steps. So the one thing that you're going to hear me preach this entire 2 days is all roads lead to the phone. Okay? And I'm going to probably start doing it where like, you guys got to type it in the chat when I say all roads lead to, and then you got to type it out, or the duckers are going to just say it out loud and you might hear them. All right. So that is the biggest things that we're getting towards. Then day 2, it's all about your marketing toolbox. And that's going to be getting those emails customized, getting the speaker webpage customized, and getting all that copy written out so that you have a plug and play system to reaching out to meeting planners. All right. Oh, of course, I forgot about this bigger slide, so you can put this on the screen as well. So if you guys want to, this should be in your workbooks as well, this infographic, because we're going to be going back to this infographic time and time again. Once again, just as a reminder, all roads lead to the phone. That's right. Okay. So everything we need for this workshop, pretty much your workbook. That's the biggest thing. Now this is an old version of our workbook that's on my slide deck, but you guys should have a digital version at home. We've got some printed versions here in the studio, at least coming shortly. Now, you can go ahead and turn it back to me. So now we're going to go ahead and get into our first major content section, which is mind of the meeting planner. So the main thing that we're going to talk about here is the defining a meeting planner and talking about the main objections a meeting planner has and the biggest theme for overcoming those objections. So let's go ahead and define who a meeting planner is. Now, you'll notice here for the meeting planner and also for stages, Advance Your Reach has a broader definition to a meeting planner than most other people do. So a meeting planner is anybody with direct or indirect influence of the stage. So I always did this at my live workshops. I'm going to do this here as well. We'll see how this works. Can you pull up the chat for me so I can see people in the chat? All right. So people virtually, you're not off the hook. Scott and Julie here live with me. They're not off the hook either. Who do you think is a direct meeting planner for Platform Live that's happening here in November? Who has direct control of who gets to speak on that stage? All right, let me see. We got Pat over here. Julie said Pete.
Let's say Pat.
Scott also said Pat. Trisha said Pete. Yeah, anybody who has a direct influence of the stage, it's going to be Pete, and to a certain degree as well, Pat, because Pat is in Pete's ear all the time, right? But who is an indirect meeting planner? Who has access to Pete that can influence him to make decisions for speakers? So let me know in the chat first, and then Scott and Julie, I'll come to you in a second. So indirect for Marianne, Dan, you, Hope, yep, Hope, Pat, every AYR employee, yep, the AYR staff, yep. There's one that I haven't heard of yet, so let's see if the Duckers get it. No, not me, that's true, I am indirect. Say it. Miranda, that's good. I still haven't heard it yet. Cabrina, Miranda, those are all good. And trust me, those are all good indirect meeting planners. However, there's one that you guys missed. I'm just gonna make sure, yeah, I still haven't seen it. There we go. Who was it? Trisha Robinson, yep, Kim, his wife.
Oh yeah.
And she's the only one that has actually like made a decision on a speaker out of anybody else. Like I've made recommendations before. Jess, the chief operating officer, she's made some suggestions, but at the end of the day, the one who has consistently not only made suggestions, but they've actually been booked has been Kim. So it doesn't even have to be somebody who is in the same business. It can just be a relative, obviously, or a very close relationship, like a spouse or a partner. So the thing I want you guys to realize here is I want you to open your minds up to what's possible for who you could be reaching out to. Because here in a little while, we're going to talk about the find section. Part of the find section is reaching out to people that you already know. And the thing that you're going to be asking yourself is the wrong question, which is, who do I know that is a podcast host? Who do I know that's a conference organizer? Who do I know that puts on events? It's the wrong question to ask. And you don't, and even this question isn't so good either, which is, who do I know that knows people like that? The thing that you're going to realize is you don't know what you don't know. You need to be able to ask people, and you may have a friend of 15 years, and they actually didn't tell you that they know a conference organizer with their local chamber of commerce in town and they want to plug you in. You don't know what you don't know. So that's one thing I want you guys to focus on when it comes to who meeting planners are. And the indirect can be just as powerful, sometimes even more powerful than the direct. Jed, why would that be more powerful? Because if you're doing a cold outreach to a direct meeting planner, your chances of winning the stage are less than if you have an indirect meeting planner, somebody who knows a meeting planner, and you have a warm relationship with them. Your chances go up the more warm that relationship is, even if they're not the final decision maker. And you're going to see that actually here this morning with a call that we're going to demonstrate for you guys. So who's a direct meeting planner? It's these on the screen. You can put that up, Jeff. CEO, director, president-elect, director of programming, event planner, producer, director of professional development, director of events. You can have VPs as well for very much larger organizations, a VP of events. The key word typically is going to be the word event. Some will have different versions of that, like an association. It might be more in the education or training or programming, like was mentioned there. So there are plenty of different labels for meeting planners. Just one thing for you guys to know, but those are a little bit of a spattering of different examples for you. Now, this is the main thing we're going to focus on for this section. So I'm just going to pull up everything but the last one. Of course, if you're following along in your workbooks, you probably already know what this last one is, but don't let the cat out of the bag for me just for my own presentation purposes. So I'm going to list all of these and then I'm going to kind of break them down a little bit. So you have vendor syndrome, budget, no personal connection to you. Your content isn't relevant to their conference theme. You don't create a win-win scenario for them. You're not a celebrity name, and they don't know how good you are. So with all of these objections, the main thing that you're going to focus on with all of this is this last one, solving their problem. And I'm going to get to that here in a little bit, but I'm going to showcase how this can be illustrated. So vendor syndrome, what is vendor syndrome? Vendor syndrome is where they don't think that you have value to offer. They don't perceive you as someone that has a signature talk that is going to be valuable to their audience. They see that you are going to pitch your products and services. That's a vendor. And you do not want to be in the vendor bucket. There's one exception to that rule, and that is being in a more sales-heavy environment. That's where everybody is making a sale. That's a speak to sell type of event. I typically recommend to stay away from those types of events. I love the business model. We'll talk about that here in a little bit. But those actual type of events, they're very hard to actually make sales because everybody is pitching. So that's a one and only exception to the vendor syndrome. Otherwise, here's what you need to do instead. You do not talk about your products and services. You do not talk about what it is you do for clients. You talk about what it is your signature talk provides to their audience. It's a subtle shift, but it's a necessary shift. You don't talk about customers, you talk about audience. You don't talk about your product or service, you talked about your signature talk. That's why, going back earlier what I said, the thing that you guys need to the way I want you guys to think about your signature talk for the purposes of this workshop is that it is not your number one marketing tool, although it is also its own product or service that you are delivering value. Because what does that position you as? As a subject matter expert. Write that down. You want to overcome the vendor syndrome, you need to position yourself as a subject matter expert. That is who gets on stages. Vendors don't get on stages, subject matter experts do. They're the ones who get interviewed on podcasts. They're the ones who get invited to breakout sessions. They're the ones that get invited to keynote at big events. Next is budget. Now, budgets, this one's actually not too hard of one because you need to have a negotiating tool to win a stage. So budget means that they can't afford your speaking fee. We'll talk about speaking fees in the business model in a little bit, but the main thing I want you guys to understand is you need to have a speaking fee. Every single one of you needs to have one. Now, if you're like, well, Jed, what should it be? You know, this is a great time to ask a coach, but I'll give you guys at least a few guidelines. If you are in the corporate market, the entrepreneurial market, anything where you are providing ROI to businesses through your talk or through your services and that kind of thing, your keynotes start at $5,000. You will not be taken seriously if your keynotes are less than $5,000. So do not go below that. If you're in the more like college markets, if you are in the nonprofit market, if you're in any of those markets that are less around the ROI of things, like from a financial perspective, this also goes with health as well, health and wellness events. Then you're going to be somewhere in the 1,000 to 3,000 range or 3,000 to 5,000 range. My general recommendation, though, even for those, is you don't have much negotiating power when you have a $1,000 keynote. So even then, I would still say a good average to start out with is 3,000. It's usually a little bit better, and you'll see here in a minute. We're going to show you guys an example of a call that Pete did for an education conference, and they were negotiating 6,000. So even in and this is education for school boards. This isn't. I'm not talking about colleges. Colleges, you can go all the way up to 15,000 as a keynote, depending on your experience, reputation, and all of those things. So that gives you guys a little bit of an idea. My general rule is that nobody should have a keynote below $1,000. I don't care what your industry is. Do not have it below 1,000. And for most of you, you should have it start at least 3. And of course, if you're in something that's more providing value to businesses, providing value to entrepreneurs, providing value to corporations, then you will not be taken seriously below 5,000. And luckily, what COVID has done is that this can also apply to virtual stages. Virtual stages are a little bit different, and you can discount that fee for different virtual events. And certain virtual events do have a standard of not being paid. So there are paid podcasts. Some people will pay their guests to be interviewed on a podcast. Vast majority don't. Vast majority, it's free. However, if you have a keynote fee, if you have a speaking fee, you can negotiate what it is you do. So we're going to talk about that in the no section. But the reason why I'm pausing here on budget is because if you do not have a fee, you have nothing to bargain. You have nothing to discount. So you can overcome the budget issue like, oh, well, we don't have a budget for speakers. Oh, we don't have this. You've stated your fee. So now we get to the fun part of negotiating on, well, what's a win for you and what's a win for them? And guess what the win already is for them? They don't have to pay your fee. Yeah. So you've automatically created a win for them, because if you're discounting your fee, you're not doing it willy-nilly. You're doing it in return for something else. And we'll talk about some of those something else's in the no section. All right, no personal connection to you. That is why having an indirect meeting planner, a champion, which we'll talk about in the no section, the more relationships you are able to capitalize on to use for getting in front of a meeting planner, the better. And if you don't have that, you need to curate that relationship over time. I remember for one particular event back when Pete was working with Rachel's Challenge, it took him 6 years to win a keynote stage with the California Association of Director of Activities, also known as CADA. It took him, I think, maybe it was 5. It was 5 years. It took him 5 years of getting a no that Daryl Scott could not speak at this conference, but he kept at it and developing a relationship with the meeting planner. And in fact, that meeting planner, after Pete left Rachel's Challenge and started Advance Your Reach, he was one of the first and most consistent speak-off judges. I believe he was the speak-off judge for 4 years in a row. He was the speak-off judge when I was there. He was the speak-off judge when Eric Salzenstein won. If you guys remember that from 2019. So it's been a relationship that's been ongoing. So if you don't have a personal connection yet, don't take that as a hard no for now. You need to curate this relationship over time. And that's the one thing that I want to make sure that is the focus. We're going to be talking a lot about copywriting, about positioning, about messaging, about objections like we're talking about here. But at the end of the day, all this is about curating relationships with meeting planners. That's what it is at the end of the day. The more that meeting planners can connect with you and understand that you have something of value to offer to their audience, the easier it's going to be to win stages. All right, so your content is not relevant to their audience or theme. That should be easy. Do your research. When we get into the know and find section, before you pick up the phone and call them, before you send that email out, just do a quick 30-second perusal to understand what their conference is about, what their podcast is about. Listen to the first couple of minutes of a podcast, or hey, if you're driving or if you're traveling, listen to a few of the podcasts of the podcasts you want to be on. I can't believe how many times I've seen people wanting to get on a certain podcast. They haven't listened to a single one. And so then when they get on the phone with the meeting planner, it's almost insulting because they have no idea what the podcast is about. Don't be that guy. Don't be that girl. Okay. You want to make sure that you do your research. If you do your research, this objection goes away all the way. Win-win scenario, I briefly talked about that as well. This is around having a business model. What's the win for them? So I'm going to go back to that one when I go to solve your problem, because they work very much hand in hand together. So you're not a celebrity name. They don't know how good you are. Those two objections are probably the easiest ones to conquer. The you're not a celebrity name is a fake objection. I don't know of a single meeting planner that actually has that as an objection. This is an objection that you have. I'm not well known, so why would they pick me? And the thing is that you can be keynoting on one of the biggest stages there is, and you'll be following up Michael Phelps and going before Howie Mandel. How do I know? Because that's what Pete did before he was even at the level of what he is today. When I, in my first month with Advance Your Reach back January, or first couple of months in January 2018, he spoke at a large financial advisors conference. The opening keynote was Michael Phelps. One of the entertainment was Howie Mandel did a comedy show that night. And guess who was in between? Pete Vargas. Guess who made more than both of their keynotes? Pete did. It was our first 7-figure stage. He made $1 million off of that stage. Yes, he was a subject matter expert. The financial advisor, meeting planner, understood that Pete had value to offer to his audience. And the biggest thing was he wasn't the opening keynote. So if you want to be on a stage that has Oprah on it, you can. You're just not going to be the opening keynote or the closing keynote. You might end up at first being one of the breakout session speakers, and that's fine. You know, I've also seen people get on YouTube shows, on podcasts where there's been celebrities on there, and they just have their own YouTube channel. They have their own podcast that's also very successful, and the host knows that some people in their audience will relate to that. So just realize that is a fake objection. Meeting planners actually don't have that as an objection. You do, so get over it. They don't know how good you are. So this is where having any kind of video or testimonials, social proof, that's what's going to help. We're going to talk about that kind of social proof later on in this workshop of how to position yourself as showing that you are a good, reputable speaker. Now, going back to solve their problem and a win-win scenario. The biggest win for a meeting planner is that you solve a problem for their audience. That is the biggest one. Now, there are some later on when you start getting bigger and bigger stages where it helps to have other win-wins as well. Some of the others, we're going to talk about this in the no section. Those win-wins can be where you are splitting the revenues of any sales that happen from that event. So that's one way to do it. We'll talk about that in the no section. The other ways is that you're discounting your keynote fee in return for something else. We'll talk about that something else in the no section. But some other ones as well is a win-win can be if you eventually become, because of the work that you're doing and building up your own platform like Pete's talking about lately, and you are building up your own platform and you have an audience, you can promote their event to your audience. That is a big win for meeting planners because one of their problems is butts and seats. And in fact, there are 3 problems that most meeting planners have. Number 1, valuable content for their audience so that they have a reason to come to the event. That is one that every single one of you can solve all the time. So that is the number 1 for you guys to focus on. That you have something of value to share with their audience. That is the number 1 problem that meeting planners have. Number 2 is revenue for their event. And we'll talk about more of that in the no section of ways that you can help them monetize their own event. And I have a great example with one of our earlier students, Nicholas Kusmich, of how he did just that. The third one is butts and seats. This means they want more attendees. They want more eyeballs. They want more ears listening to the podcast or butts and actual physical butts and seats at an event. And if you have ways to promote to if you have a list, your list is an asset for people. That's for people more in the momentum and scale buckets. But once you get to that point, that is an asset that you can use to your advantage with meeting planners. All right, so the main thing for solving their problem, I want to show you guys an example. You can put this on the screen. This is from Access, one of our nonprofit clients that we've helped in the past. So Access, this is their problem-solving statement for meeting planners, not for their customers. Access helps parents in your audience with the overwhelm of technology, media, and pop culture. Our talk is going to empower your teachers and parents to understand how to have great conversations with your kids around those obstacles to human connections. So the thing I want you guys to focus on with this is a few subtle shifts to a personal brand statement that most of you have worked on at Clarity Execution Workshop. At Clarity Execution Workshop, you were talking about the problem you solve for your potential customers. Now, you're just doing a subtle shift. You're talking about audience members, and they say our talk, our presentation. That's the solution. Your services, not the solution. Your consulting, your coaching, your course, not the solution when it comes to meeting planners. They don't care about it, and if you say it that way, you're vendor. We don't want you to be in the vendor bucket. So you're just subtly shifting your personal brand statement to no longer talk about customers and products. You're talking about audience and signature talk. Subtle shift, but a very important one. So for those of you who've been to Clarity Execution Workshop, just change that language and it'll take you all of 5 seconds to do so. If you haven't been to Clarity Execution Workshop, a simple personal brand statement is, I help blank audience through blank, who struggles with blank problem through blank solution. And the 3 components is you need to know who it is you serve so that the meeting planner knows that, oh, that my audience is your audience. They need to understand that you understand their problem. Yes, this is a problem that my audience has. My audience, my parents, they're struggling to be able to connect with their teenagers. Yes, that's a problem. Oh, your talk is going to help them understand how to navigate media and all the technology issues and how to connect with your kids. I'm in. In a very short couple of sentences, Access has provided value for how they're going to show up powerfully to an event with parents in there. And you need to do the same with your audience as well, with your target market that is going to be on a stage that you're going to win, hopefully, after this workshop. All right, so that is mine in the meeting planner. Now, let me make sure we're tracking for time. Okay, good. So we've got a good bit more time to get through 2 more big sections. So know is knowing 2 things, knowing the stages you want to go after and knowing your business model. So let me just be very clear. If there's any time to pay attention to this entire workshop, this is the session, because this is what is going to make or break OPS's being an actual revenue stream for your business. If you know your business model, then you have a leg up on literally everybody. You have a leg up on other speakers that are trying to speak or trying to be a guest. You will have a leg up on meeting planners who have only ever used one business model, and you have 4 others in your back pocket that you can introduce them to. So let's go ahead and get into it. First of all, what is a stage? We got to make sure we're clear on terms. So a stage is any context or platform where somebody trusts you to influence a group of people with your message, whether online or in person. So notice that this is a very broad way of saying it, but it shows that any stage or almost anything can be a stage. There's only probably one exception to this rule, and that is like the written word isn't a stage, even though it can be in front of a large audience. You can treat that similarly to it, but we want you up in front of people giving an actual signature talk, an actual presentation. So outside of like blogs and getting featured in articles on Forbes and things like that, those are good assets that you will be able to utilize when winning stages. But I mean, outside of that, I mean, almost anything is possible. Clubhouse is a stage now. TikTok is a stage now. Going viral on YouTube is a stage now. Podcasts absolutely have been a stage for quite some time now. So all these virtual mediums, they're just new mediums to you talking in front of people. So if there's any medium where you are talking in front of people in a one-to many scenario for the most part, although I think Pete would probably argue that a one-to-one scenario can also be a micro stage. Because what you're doing is you're being able to provide value to them, and you're being able to get those people to go deeper with you in your products and services. So that's a stage. Now, what's a dream stage though? And this is a key differentiator. A dream stage is making sure that the majority of the people that are sitting in the audience, listening on their earphones while they're on their Peloton, or watching on YouTube or Zoom or wherever they might be streaming in from, that they are, the majority of them, your ideal buyers. So the one thing I want you guys to recognize is that certain stages are great for you and certain stages aren't. And I'm going to use an illustration to showcase why this is so important and how you can miss it. So in the 40-something OPSEWs and stage EWs that I've been a part of, I have consistently had an issue with health coaches. I love all of you health coaches. You're fantastic. And if you catch this, this is going to save you a lot of time. I remember being with one health coach in particular who was doing the research section, and they were trying to find their ideal stage. And so what were they looking up? Top health stages. And what they were finding was all these health stages that were for health coaches, that were for practitioners, that were for chiropractors, acupuncturists, personal trainers, all these people that were in the health space, that were either competitors or colleagues. What's the problem there? Colleagues and competitors are not your ideal clients. They didn't need to find health stages. They needed to find stages with people with health problems. Big difference. The last thing I want you doing is preaching to the choir. If you're a consultant who works with corporations, find stages with corporations. Don't find stages with consultants. Don't preach to the choir. Don't find other competitors. Don't find colleagues. Find customers. So you need to be very clear. The one hang up that everybody gets in the no section, or sorry, in the find section, is understanding the actual target market or niche they're going after. The clearer you are on that subset, so going back to Clarity Execution Workshop, the umbrella niche and the different spokes in those niches, you can use that in your research. And if you're doing that, you're going to find the right stages. You need your ideal buyers in the audience, not your competitors, colleagues, or friends and family, right? You don't want that. You want your ideal buyers in the audience. All right, so that's one side of knowing the stages. This is the other one though. This is the big one. There are 5 business models when it comes to stages. And you can put this up on the screen, Jeff. And so we have paid to speak, speak to sell, free stages, sponsored stages, and your own events. So real quickly, we're only going to focus on 4 because your own events is OWN, using Pete's language. This is the OPS workshop, not the OWN workshop. Don't have that one yet. I'm not sure if Pete and Pat are cooking something up. I know they have the virtual events intensive if you guys were a part of that. If not, I'm sure you guys have the recording. So we're not going to talk about that because here's the thing. When it comes to this workshop is all about winning stages. If you have your own event, guess what? You won it because you're the meeting planner. So we're not going to talk much about that, but it is a very lucrative stage for sure. You get to control all the content. You get to control when you can make an offer and when you don't want to make an offer. Of course, it is a little bit more for our momentum and scale folks, depending on the type of stage, of course, that you're doing, because it takes a lot of effort. And I'm pretty sure that the AYR staff can attest to the big platform tour that just ended with Pete, that was a massive undertaking, because it always is. Let's get into the other 4 though. So paid to speak, this is the keynote stage. This is where you are getting paid for the signature talk itself. Now, the good thing about this is that you're getting paid a fee. You're getting some money already. The downsides though, there are downsides to this. You typically cannot make an offer for a product or service because the value is in the talk itself. That's what they're paying you for. You're not allowed to pitch a product most of the time. Now I'll get into the exceptions to that rule. The other thing is that you typically also can't lead collect. You a lot of times cannot get a contact card in people's chairs, or you can't send them to a URL on a virtual stage. So those are the downsides. It's kind of a one and done. You get this much revenue, and that's all the revenue that there is that you can get if you're not doing it correctly. So if you're following some of our competitors like Grant Baldwin and Michael Port, that's what they're going to be preaching from that. But that stage that I was just talking about with World Series of Sales, the Financial Advisor Conference that Pete followed Michael Phelps up with, he got paid a keynote. And he offered his workshops. And the reason was, there's a couple of things. One, Pete discounted his keynote fee. The second one was, as he was talking with the meeting planner, as he was having conversations about what this method would do for financial advisors who've only ever known how to send out mailers for dinners that have a bunch of plate lickers that don't actually want to buy their annuities or life insurance or whatever, you could actually get in front of local stages for free, much less than $10,000. And he's like, okay, well, this sounds like this is going to be a really good marketing medium for my financial advisors. Do you have anything like that you do for them? Like, what do you do for folks that work with you? Can you describe that to me? And then he was like, oh, well, we have this workshop. Like, oh, well, maybe you can talk about that at the end of your talk. The meeting planner was asking to be pitched, basically. Like, what is it that you do? If you do your conversation correctly, if you really get back to the mind of the meeting planner and you know that you are solving a problem and they know that you are solving a problem for their audience, they will ask you for more. And you're going to see another example of that at the end of this session when we get into the phones. So realize that even having the paid to speak model, if you mix and match with some of these other models that we have, it can help out a lot. And part of that as well is that it ended up becoming not a paid to speak, but it became the next one on our list, speak to sell. Speak to sell is where you split the revenues of any sales of a product with the meeting planner. So to give you guys, everybody asked this question, so I'm just going to tackle it. And unfortunately, it's not going to be a concrete answer. Everybody asks, okay, Jeb, but what's a good split? Do I have to do 50-50? Do I have to do this or that? So I'm just going to say it largely depends on several factors that sometimes you're in control of, sometimes you aren't. If it is a lower ticketed offer like $500 to $1,000, then you're probably going to be splitting it somewhere along the lines of 50-50, 60-40. If it's a very large event and you are not very large yourself, then it's probably going to be a lot more in their favor. I've seen even 80-20 splits where you're taking home 20%. So it just depends on a lot of those different factors. Now, if it's a higher ticketed offer, let's say it's like a workshop, like what you guys are doing here, where there's a lot of more overhead, there's more staff, there's all these things to consider, then you're typically going, and because it's a higher revenue generator for you and the meeting planner, then you can get away with something like a 90-10 or an 80-20 where the majority is in your favor. So those are just a few examples when it comes to speaking to sell environment. Now, going back to my little note earlier about speak to sell conferences. So what speak to sell conferences is these are industry events. I'm sure that they virtualize them by now as well, where you have one speaker after another, after another, after another, and all of them are giving pitches. And the meeting planner's entire revenue model is around splitting revenues with speakers. I've seen Grant Cardone do this. I don't think he does it anymore, but he used to, and several others in this space. Now, the pros of that is that it's very well understood. The cons of it are a lot. The cons of it, number one, is almost always they understand the value of their stage, so the commission split will almost always be in the event's favor. You won't be able to negotiate much there because that's the nature of what their conference is. The second con is that you will probably want to feel like taking a shower after every session besides yours at the event. And so will all the audience members. That's now, of course, if you follow Pat's advice and knowing how to do a great signature talk, it'll be the one breath of fresh air will be your presentation. So I'm not saying don't do it. I know Advantage Reach has done some of those, especially in the earlier years. And because, Pete presented with integrity and the way that he makes offers is different than a lot of other people, it still ended up being lucrative. But it's just something to be aware of, that there are some cons to it. However, having a speak to sell model in your back pocket for non-speak to sell conferences, non-speak to sell events, virtual or in person, you can now introduce to a meeting planner who doesn't know about revenue share, and you're discounting your keynote fee or waiving it entirely and offsetting the cost of their event. I'm going to show you guys an example of that with another model that we have here, the sponsor stage. That's also very similar. So free stages is our next one on the list. So free stages sounds like no revenue. It's a stage that you don't get anything from. These are typically podcasts for virtual stages. These are typically breakout sessions for physical stages. And the idea is quite simple. This is a stage that is standardized for not paying any fees. If it's a breakout session, they're paying the keynotes on the main stage, but they're not paying you. If it's a podcast, you just have the pleasure of being a guest on my podcast and getting in front of my audience. That's the win for you. And the win for me is I have content. That's usually what it is with podcasts. So how can you make any money from a free stage? You don't get any money on the front end. You usually can't make an offer. Almost all the time you can. How do you do it? So the reason why you can still make money on a free stage, in fact, it's one of the most lucrative, is because what is it that you have? Let me see it in the chat. What is it you have for bargaining power? Come on, let's see it in the chat. Scott. Keynote fee. Yep. There we go. The Duckers got it right. So you have a keynote fee, and that doesn't go away just because their model doesn't allow it. It doesn't go away if their model doesn't allow it. You discount it or you waive it because that's just the nature of it. Like, yeah, we're not going to pay you anything. Okay, great. Yeah, I totally understand. I want to meet within, your model there, but for fee integrity, like I'm getting paid to go on this conference next week or whatever the case is. We'll show you guys an example of a phone call where Pete does that kind of tactic. You talk about, well, what is the win for you? A win for you can simply be giving away a free gift. Now, I'm saying a free gift. I'm not talking about a lead collect in virtual digital marketing terms. I'm not talking about a chair drop in physical event terms. I'm talking about giving away a free gift that is adding more value for the audience. So my best example is a physical stage that Pat Quinn did this a couple of years back. He was speaking at JJ Virgin's Mindshare event, and it was a free stage. It was a breakout session, and couldn't make an offer, but he could give away a free gift. And the free gift was a signature talk design session. And since we were there at the event, not only were we giving away this in a contact card, but we were saying, hey, if you go to our booth and sign up, we will get you a signature talk design session while you're here at the event. We only have 100 slots available, so make sure that you sign up now. So, and I believe there was like 80 people in the audience. So I was like, well, why would you have more than that? Well, because they told their friends. And in fact, they had to push it more than that. I believe it was like 120 sessions that they ended up doing. And guess what happens in a signature talk design session? Well, for 10 minutes of the 15, you help them outline, Daniel and his sales team helped map out their signature talk. In the last 5 minutes, say, well, would you like us to help you build this out now over 2 days in Milwaukee at the signature talk execution workshop? And a lot of people said yes, 42 in fact. So it was, 30% of the people who they met with, or 25% said yes. And they sold a $9,000 workshop 40 times over. Somebody do the math for me. That's more than free. I know that much, right? That's a heck of a lot more than free. In fact, I know for a fact that the people who got paid to keynote the stage in front of over 1,000 people, they made less than Pat Quinn did at that event. So that is a way to see how a free stage can actually turn into a multiple six-figure stage when implemented correctly. Now let's get to sponsored. Sponsored is one of the more lucrative stages once you know your numbers. Sponsored means you are paying. It's the exact opposite of a keynote. A keynote, you are getting paid to present. A sponsored event, you are paying to present. You are paying a fee because the stage knows the value of getting in front of their audience, and they see that there's, there's monetary value to it. So what do? They charge you, and this runs the gamut. I have seen $50,000 sponsored keynote stages. I have seen $1,000. I think that's one of the lower ones that I've seen, is $1,000 to sponsor a small speaking slot. Now, the reason why you'd want to do this is because in most cases, you can basically buy yourself into making an offer from stage. So the two environments that are most common for making an offer from the stage are sponsored events and speak to sell events. Those are usually the only ones where inside of your signature talk, you can actually talk about your coaching program. You can actually talk about your course. You can actually talk about your consulting and make an offer from stage and get people to buy then and there. And in fact, if you run into a sponsorship deal that does not include you making an offer from stage, run away, because it's not worth it. It's not worth your time. The only reason why Pete and Pat have ever bought speaking time is to make an offer directly from stage, because that's where you're able to get much higher conversions. Your conversions go down when you do a free gift. It's still there. I mean, I just showcased you a free gift version one. But the further out you get from somebody hearing you from stage and then making an offer, the further out that timeline is, the less your conversions will be. So during an event, during your talk, higher conversions. During the event, like what I just showcased with the free event, lower, but still really good conversions. After the event, within a week, lower conversions still. If you spoke on an event 3 months ago and now I'm telling you this, and you're like, Jed, what? I didn't realize this is what I'm supposed to be doing. I know, do it next time. It's probably not worth it for a stage that you spoke on 3 months ago. It's just facts. Your conversions will go down unless you've been curating and nurturing that audience very consistently with content marketing. It's probably not going to be very lucrative for you. So that's a sponsor stage. Now, let me just go ahead and wrap this up with an example from Nicholas Kusmich. So Nicholas Kusmich is he has a Facebook ads consultancy. He was one of our first students that we worked with way back in 2017. And, back then we were doing some coaching, and a prize that we gave out to some people was Pete would make a call on your behalf to win a stage. And so Nick had him call up this stage in Denver, and he had actually pretty much already won it. They were going to pay him a $5,000 keynote to go speak there. And this is what Nick usually was doing. He was going to events, getting paid a keynote fee, couldn't talk about his Facebook ads consultancy or his Facebook ads workshop that he had. He was only talking about, the content of Facebook ads. So nobody knew that he was a consultant. Nobody knew that he had a workshop. Nobody knew that he had products and services afterwards. So it was a bit of a dead end stage for him every time he went and spoke. But this time, Pete got on the phone and negotiated and said, well, what would it look like if we helped offset the cost of your event? And Nick was able to talk about some of his services that he provides so that people can work with him afterwards. And this was a stage that didn't have a speak to sell model, didn't have a sponsorship model. Their whole thing was getting people there for the subject matter experts, period. So they paid a few people and then everybody else was breakouts. And so they're like, well, what would that entail? Well, we would pay you for Nick being able to be exposed to this kind of audience. And like, well, what do you think that's worth? The stage was asking Pete how much their stage was worth. That's when it's a good situation, because you're basically helping determine. But Pete, with integrity, was like, it's given your audience size and the kind of people that you're serving, it's probably worth about $10,000. And so he went back to Nicholas and he's like, look, you can either get 5 right now, and that's what you get, or you can spend 10. You can give them 10,000, and then the last 15 minutes of your talk, you can make an offer for your one-day Facebook event. That's, I think it was like I want to say it was $9,000 or something like that, $5,000 to $9,000 a ticket. So with reluctancy, Nicholas agreed to it. So let me know in the chat, Duckers, let me know in a second. what is the delta difference that Nicholas is out before speaking? He was getting paid 5, and now he's spending 10. What's his delta difference?
5.
15.
Or
15. He's not getting paid at all. Yeah. So 15,000 out. He had 5,000 in positive revenue. He spent 10 instead in expenses. So he's down 15. However, he gets up and speaks, and I forget how many units he sold, but he sold $90,000 worth of intensives.
Good deal.
I would say that's a bit more than 5,000, right? So $80,000 in profit. That's a bit more than $5,000 for a keynote. That is why I want you guys, I love sharing this example, and I've shared this example dozens of times before, and I love sharing it every time because it showcases if you know your business model, you will have a leg up on literally everybody. Like I said before, even meeting planners. The meeting planner was asking what the value of their own stage was because they didn't have the sponsored business model. They didn't have a speak to sell business model. They just had keynotes and free breakouts. They were just trying to get butts in seats. They're trying to provide value, which is all great. And Nicholas, what did he do? He went and he provided value and knocked their socks off for 45 minutes. And in the last 15 minutes, he was just simply saying, hey, you want to work with me further? Come out to my intensive in Toronto. It's this, and this, and it's $10,000. And I would love to see you guys there. Go ahead and sign up in the back. And what did people do? I'm guessing that would have been like somewhere between 10 and 15 people, depending on Nick's price, signed up for that course or signed up for that intensive. So you can do the same thing. Having this model in your arsenal will help you when you're having those deeper conversations with meeting planners on how to have those kind of conversations, those kind of negotiations. Because once again, know your business model. You can know how to monetize each and every stage. Now, one quick resource. I'm trying to remember where it is. So Karen might be able to find it. She might be able to ask some staff. But there is a negotiation points checklist that you guys do have access to. It's a tool that's a part of this workshop so that you guys can see like, well, what are the different things that I can offer? We give you guys some ideas with that negotiating points checklist. So that'll be something for you guys to check out. I think it's in your workbook, but I need to check on it here in a minute. I think we just got the workbooks here in the studio. So I'll look at that in a minute and give you guys the page number. All right. So now we're going to get to the kinds of stages that there are. So there are offline stages and online stages. So this one, I'm just going to kind of breeze over real quick, but it's important to know that there are different kinds of stages that you can utilize. There are keynotes and breakouts for both associations and seminars. I'll define those in a minute. Offline media, so that's, getting on the Dr. Phil show. That's being featured on a local news station. There's also local stages, so literally any stage locally. I'm on a local entrepreneur stage in Colorado Springs next month. That's actually one of the best ways that you can utilize if you have a local market that you're trying to tap into, like I am. Local stages are the easiest stages to possibly win because they're always looking for content, and they typically meet weekly to monthly, which means they need content a lot more often than an annual industry event. And then masterminds. Masterminds are a great lucrative small stage that's intimate for entrepreneurs that have a very exclusive group of customers that have paid a lot of money to be in the room. So, Pete's a part of a lot of different masterminds. He's spoken at a lot of different masterminds. And I think one of the masterminds he spoke at, people were paying $25,000 to be in the room. So that's a very qualified lead. Now, one thing to note about masterminds, just as a note, compared to everything else that we've talked about, masterminds are a free stage almost every single time. And you can't lead collect, and you can't do this, that, or the other thing. However, the one thing you can always do, embed. That's a good student right there. The Duckers chiming in right away. Yeah, Pat's signature talk secret that everybody always walks away with is embedding. If you embed, you always can embed. And this is if like all you got was the keynote or all you got was a free stage, that person was really hard at not even wanting a free gift given away. At the end of the day, if all else fails, embed, embed, embed. And especially for lucrative ones like a mastermind where you're speaking in front of 100 people that have all spent $25,000 to be in the room, well, guess what's going to happen? They're going to have conversations with you if you embed correctly. They're going to want to know how they can work with you. Okay, so that's offline stages. Online stages: webinars, trainings, summits, podcasts, online media, YouTube channels, membership sites, courses, social media, live stream. Another one that's not on here is Clubhouse, and pretty much any, honestly, any other media channel as well. Instagram Reels and TikTok, depending on your different business and audience that you're trying to reach out to. This is just to give you guys an idea of all the possibilities that are out there. I'm going to make two quick distinctions for the offline stages and the online stages because they are important. So associations versus seminars, that was in the offline stages category. So what associations are is they are typically trade associations. So they're associated with some sort of hobby, some sort of industry, some sort of trade. So this can be, one of the biggest ones is the Society for Human Resource Management. That's SHRM. So if you work within human resources, that is a massive organization. So associations like that, they have stages locally. There's a Colorado Springs chapter. For instance, there is a national Denver chapter that has a larger stage, and then they have a national stage that they do, I believe, 1 to 3 events a year, both physically and virtually. And they have an international event as well. So for some of these larger trade associations, if you are reaching out to a specific career type, if you're speaking to a specific hobbyist type or whatever, like you can look up like top associations for XYZ niche, and I'll bet you that there'll be an association for it. So, and the really good thing about that is that it's one single association a lot of times has dozens, if not hundreds, and sometimes thousands of stage opportunities with just one association. Now, seminars, on the other hand, those are run by one company typically. So Advanced Reach is an example of this. We run Platform Live. They run Advanced 360 Interactive. That is a seminar event because Pete and Advanced Reach, they're the ones putting it on. A bigger one, as another example, would be Inbound, which is by HubSpot. So HubSpot runs their own marketing event as a way to drum up business for themselves, and they have a very huge marketing event, and it's in competition with Salesforce's similar one called Dreamforce. So that's another very big industry-wide event that a single company puts on. So that's the difference. An association is a conglomerate of people that are paying membership fees to be a part of. A lot of times they provide certifications, like I was a part of a personal trainer association, Association for Sports Medicine, the National Association for Sports Medicine, NASM. So, you get certifications through these different associations, which means that they need educational content. And if you have educational content to provide to these associations, you can go a long way. And here's a quick ninja tip. If you want to be in the association world, if there's one association that is particularly lucrative for you, you can get certified to provide continuing education credits for that association. And if you have that, a CEC or a CEU, continuing education unit, then you will be able to win pretty much any stage within that association at any time you want, because it's providing a lot of value for that association, because you're giving them a class, a talk, a bit of content that gets them to renew their certification in that association, which is huge. And I have seen that, like, I know a lot of people do that with, like, if you're in the doctors, dentists, chiropractors, anything that's in that kind of technical type of field, a lot of people will be like, well, Jed, I don't have the technical prowess, or I don't want to talk about, different doctor practices or different chiropractor techniques. I want to talk about the business model for chiropractors. You can still get continuing education credits a lot of the times for that specific area that you're an expert in. You just got to see what you can and can't do depending on the association's specific rules. All right, so that's associations and seminars. The other thing to note for the online stages, you can pull the slide back up. So webinars are for seminars. This is for companies. I think all of you know webinars because you're in this space. You guys are a part of Advanced Reach. Advanced Reach runs webinars all the time. Trainings, however, is the association version of a webinar. And here's the thing that most people don't know. And in fact, this has gotten more lucrative after COVID because this is now the standard more than it is the exception, because people couldn't meet in person. So instead they did these trainings, which were essentially a webinar for associations. And the reason why this is so lucrative is because I'm sure if any of you have ever been a part of a webinar, tried to host a webinar, I can't tell you how many times I've seen people do a webinar. They get 3,000 registrants, about 500 people show up, and they're not there the whole time, right? That's almost the case every single time in the seminar world. However, for associations, there's a big difference. They are paying members. There are always membership fees with associations. So they are paying for that content. So if they register for it, their show up rate is much bigger. Instead of expecting 30% to show up, you can expect 90% to show up for an association online training. And that is a, if there's anything that I would say that is a blue ocean opportunity for speakers, it's online trainings within associations, because most speakers aren't going after that. Most speakers are trying to get to the big national stage first, instead of trickling their way up and getting more well-known within the association until they, and getting customers. And here's the thing. You can get a lot of times more customers from these smaller association and local events than you can from a big national stage anyways. And they're easier, they're lower pressure. It's an easier environment to be around because you're only in front of 10 people, 20 people. And you can, and because of that more intimate environment, a lot of times your conversion rates go a lot higher. So instead of, getting, 2 out of 10 for people to become new customers, you can get, sometimes 5, 6, 7 out of 10, depending on how good you are with your signature talk, of course. All right, so that is the no section. Now, let me just see how we're doing for time. We are doing fantastic for time. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're going to get into it when it comes to all roads lead to the phone. I like showcasing this now because it shows you guys what's possible when you implement this system with just one tool. Because that whole OPS funnel that I showed you guys earlier, that's a bunch of different outreaches. Each time you're outreaching, each time you're sending an email, sending a video, getting people to your webpage, sending a direct mail piece, picking up the phone and trying to call and getting a voicemail, every single one of those is just designed to have a phone conversation with somebody, either over Zoom or in person or actually on an old school cell phone, right? So if that's the case, then that means the entire pipeline goes away. The entire funnel goes away as soon as you have a conversation. So it can be as simple as one step. And that's what I'm going to show you guys here with this example. So this, just to guys give you a little bit of context before I showcase the call and get the audio going. So this is just audio. You guys are going to have to listen to it. It's a recorded call between Pete, who is calling on behalf of one of our former clients, Lavana Roth. She's been a Speak Off judge now. She might even be at Platform Live. I'm not sure. Fantastic lady. She speaks to education conferences all over for kids and for teachers. And she'd been trying to win this conference for several years in a row before meeting Pete. And up until that point, all she was a vendor. So she would sponsor a table, a booth, which, by the way, we never recommend doing unless you're speaking. Don't sponsor booths unless you're speaking. But that's what Lavana had been doing. She sponsored a booth for 4 years, and she was never allowed to speak. Now, let me be very clear about what that means. There is a small, tiny pro and a very massive con to this setup. The small, tiny pro is that the people of the event knew who Lavana was. The massive con to that is they knew her as a vendor. So she ain't starting from 0. She's starting from like -10 because they're already perceiving that. Here's another thing to know about this call. Pete's not getting in on the phone with the direct meeting planner, and you'll see that pretty obvious here soon enough. This is the sponsorship chair. So she's used to talking to vendors all day long. She's not used to talking to people who want to speak. So that's actually another tick against it. This is an indirect meeting planner that Pete's talking to. All right, so that's the context. Let's go ahead and get on the call, and we're going to see what happens in the course of the first few minutes, and then what happens over the course of the full 14-minute conversation that they end up having. All right, let's go ahead and pull up the slide and get our audio ready. Make sure to let me know in the chat that you guys can hear it, because I want to make sure that you guys are.
Hi, Deb. How are you?
I'm good. Who is this?
Hey, it's Pete Vargas. You and I have not met, but Lavana has talked you up really big time. Lavana Roth.
How is Labana?
She is doing really, really well. She's had some tough things happen, just life, unfortunately, but she is doing really well and pursuing her passion of serving a whole lot of schools across the country and making a difference. So she's a pretty amazing lady.
Yes, she is. I haven't seen Labana in a while, though.
You haven't?
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, then we need to figure that out then for sure. So.
And your name is what?
It's Pete. I'm actually her director of marketing, and we were talking actually, and she just said, "I love this event. I love Deb. I love what they do every single year. They do it a couple of times a year, and so I want us to follow up. I want to be a part of that." And so I was at the website, and obviously Lavana wants to figure out how we can be a part of the great things that you're doing there. So I know you have the May coming up, which the conference theme is both for quality professional learning, but just wanted to find out about any opportunities for May or September.
I might be able to get you in, Pete, as a sponsorship. We closed it down just yesterday because I hadn't heard from any of my past sponsors, and the deadline was, I think, middle part of March. But anyway, I did get permission from my co-chairs. They allowed me to slip one in. I might be able to slip y'all in too, if you're interested in being a sponsor.
Yeah, I would love you to. I definitely want to get emailed. And we were just talking. We kind of had our weekly meeting time together. Lavana is this week Lavana is at Todd Whitaker's conference. I don't know if you're familiar with Todd Whitaker or not.
Yes, I am.
And so she's actually keynoting at that conference in Houston with Todd Whitaker. And we were talking. I said I was going to try to connect with you this week and get a hold of you this week because I didn't know what opportunities existed for May and or September. We're really interested in both of those and definitely interested in sponsorship partner opportunities, but wanted to also figure out any speaking opportunities that y'all had at either one of them.
Well, we attempted let me back up. The leadership conference is September 19th through the 21st.
Yes, ma'am.
And that'll be in St. Pete Beach. And we tried a year ago to do some vendor poster sessions or concurrent session that we advertised as vendors or as sponsors. And we didn't receive very good feedback on that from the sponsors as well as our clients. And mainly it was the sponsors. They said it just wasn't well attended, and they suggested that we not do that again.
Gotcha.
So we're dismantling that idea, and we have a very tough vetting process as far as who presents at the concurrent sessions. That was another issue that has come about from our board members, not our board members, but our membership, in that they want us to be very careful about having sessions that are vendor produced or vendor presented. So it's changed, I guess, not changed, but they made their voice very loud and clear. Let's put it that way.
And they should. That's like a big no-no, whether it be at here or at Todd's event or, Lavana's at NAESP. When you have people who are presenting that aren't giving great content, but are basically just pitching, it's people in the crowd get very upset. So I'm glad that they did that.
Well, that's true. And even though when their intentions are good, the sponsors in some cases were very good, Pete, it didn't come out that way. The membership felt like they were being coerced into something, by a fancy title, and then find out that it's, a sponsor. So we've tried to be very sensitive to that, and we've advertised that this is done by Pete Burgess from whomever, or whatever. So that has seemed to appease the membership. So as far as presentations or speaker opportunities, there probably will not be any for the leadership conference.
All right. So what did she just say? Let me know in the chat. Scott and Julie, what did he just get? What did Pete just get? I'm hearing a no in the room. Yeah, Ryan said no. Now, I always like making this little joke. He said, probably not. So I want you to all be Lloyd Christmas from Dumb and Dumber and think, so you're telling me there's a chance.
Yes.
Because that's what Pete's doing, because this is minute 4, not even minute 4, and we still have like a good 12 to 13 more minutes of this conversation. So after you get a most likely not, more like 1 in a million type of chance, what do? One thing to make a note of, that you saw it on the slide while you were listening, what is Lavana in? She's in the vendor bucket, severely in the vendor bucket, because she was talking about how they tried to do vendor presentations before, and it just wasn't so good. The vendors didn't like it. It wasn't well attended, and the audience didn't like it. It was a lose-lose, not a win-win. So that's what, and that's because she's coming under the assumption that Lavana wants to be a vendor and talk about her products and services there. So what do we do after the no? Let's go ahead and go back to the conversation and see what Pete does to overcome that. All right, let's pull it up.
We do have exhibitor tables and an exhibit hall for the leadership conference. And it's usually on Monday and Tuesday of a 3-day conference. So there's that opportunity. We also have program sponsors and meal sponsors. We call them all kind of different things depending on what the conference is about.
Now, when you say concurrent sessions, is that another way to put breakout sessions? Are you saying
Yes,
break?
yes.
Gotcha. And so are there, at the leadership conference, what do we need to do to go through the vetting process? And the reason I say that is someone, the national conferences that Lavana speaks at would never allow her to share her message. Have you heard her message, Ignite Your Shine? Have you heard that?
No, I have not.
Okay. Well, she's got a pretty powerful message, and that's what she's delivering this week in Houston to hundreds and hundreds of educators. It's called Ignite Your Shine, and I'd love to put some stuff in your hands and help you, work whatever through the vetting process. But it's a very powerful process that helps people walk away not just extremely inspired and motivated, but it helps them understand how to ignite the shine with their colleagues, with their students, and most importantly with themselves, because that's one of the biggest struggles that educators have as they go back into their buildings is, how do I get up and get motivated every single day to be able to relate with my colleagues and to be able to give everything I can to my students. And this is the exact process that they can walk through every single day. Extremely inspirational. I've seen it firsthand myself. Obviously, I'm biased because I work with her, but it's the exact presentation that many national conferences are having. And I would love to put it through the vetting process. I would love to figure out what we need to do to put that through the vetting process.
Well, it usually is vetted by the co-chairs of the conference. And the co-chairs this year, have been co-chairs for several different conferences in the past. And it
No worries. All right. Got unmuted. We're all good to go. Okay. So notice how her walls are coming down now. She's starting to, what does Pete continue to drill over and over again? There's 2 things actually. There's the one that I have that I mentioned up here on the slide, which is solving the problem, showing like this is what her keynote does. Notice also that Pete is not talking about her products and services. He's only talking about her presentation and what it does for the audience. The other thing is that you guys probably glazed over this because most of you at least, probably aren't in this market, but the name Todd Whitaker is a big name in the education space. So it is a social proof to, I mean, even when Pete was asking, you know Todd Whitaker's conference, I'm like, yeah, I do. She was already familiar, Deb was, on who Todd Whitaker was, because this is an event that she's speaking at. And this is one thing to just note around the snowball effect of speaking. Your first event will always be the hardest event for you to get on. Every time. It just is. After that event, if you do it correctly, number one, and number two, if you do well in your signature talk, then it will, it becomes credibility that builds on itself. Speaking engagements, when of course you are executing it correctly. So that's one thing that Pete's also using here is some social proof, some credibility, but that's like 5% of this. The majority of this is talking about the problem that LaVonna solves with her talk. Now, walls are coming down. Now notice how Pete at the end of this conversation is asking about so who actually decides, like, how do we get in the vetting process? Who are the like, he does not say like, who are the co-chairs? Because he's like, you know, what's their names? What's their phone numbers? How do I get a hold of them? What would happen? Wall comes back up, and we don't want the wall to come back up now that she's starting to understand what it is that LaVonna does. We started at the -10, we went over to -20, now we're finally back at 0. So we need to try to get positive from here on out. So now this next section is when you have a conversation with an indirect meeting planner, and it's a cold conversation with an indirect meeting planner, how do you go about doing this? So this is a little bit of an advanced tactic that Pete's doing, but I want to give you a little bit of context. This whole thing that Pete's about to talk around, he's on their website looking at their list of staff, and what they have is that they have the names and numbers of everybody plus where they live, but they don't actually have their positions. So he doesn't know who's the speaker chair, who's the president, who's the sponsor chair, except for the fact that he's calling Deb right now and discovered that. So that's what the website's showing him. You can't see it obviously on the screen because he's not screen sharing, he's just doing the audio. But just to have that in the back of your mind, because now what Pete's about to do, without asking directly who the co-chairs are, he's going to find out who the co-chairs are, just in case this indirect meeting planner doesn't become a champion for him. If that's the case, then he can go direct to the source after this phone call. That's kind of the strategy here. So let's go ahead and see how he does this. This is what I call the grandma diversion. Let's go ahead and do it.
It really is based on, after we go to Spring Forum and we receive feedback from our members as to what the hot topics are and what the need is, then, you know, we start building the leadership conference immediately after the Spring Forum. So if it fits into the need of our members, then it's considered. And of course, you know, price is always a big deal. And what the message is and where it fits and if it fits. So it's, you can send me the information and the prices, Pete, and I'll be glad to share it with the co-chairs because they'll start that process immediately after Spring Forum.
No, that's great. That's awesome. And co-chairs, does that mean like as in two, or is it a bigger committee?
There's 2 people that actually serve as the co-chairs for the leadership conference. Now there's many subcommittees.
Yeah.
And I help sponsor the, not sponsor, but help lead the sponsor or exhibitor committee.
No, that's great. I would love to, I'll put that in your hands because I'm pretty confident you know, I'm pretty confident in the fact that it wouldn't be at all perceived as vendor, but it would be perceived as 60 minutes of you know, one of the most inspiring talks that is there, but not just inspiring, practical, that they can take back into their classroom and apply to. So, so I'd love to put that in your hands. And what part of Florida are you in? I see that the area code is actually near my grandmother. I was just with my grandma in Florida last week with my family for spring break. And so she lives in, outside of, I think, Auburndale. It's called Auburndale. So it seems like that's the same area code that you're in.
Yes, she probably is in the same area code. I'm 8863. She might be 813.
Okay.
But anyway, I'm in South Central Florida. The highway that runs right down the middle of the state is called Highway 27.
Yes,
You know where
ma'am.
the big blue lake is, Lake Okeechobee, down at toward the bottom of the map?
Yes, ma'am.
We're about 30 miles east of Lake Okeechobee.
Okay. No, that's great. And that's where you're located out of. And are the co-chairs also there, Deb, or all
No,
of y'all?
no. Our co-chairs are from all over the state. One lives over in Palm City and the other one's in Gainesville for this particular conference.
No, that's great. Well, I'll put a few things in your hand, and I would love for you to email me a couple of things. I'll put a few things in your hand, and also if Lavana's in the area, like obviously I know getting to Houston, I wish I could just say, hey, hop on a jet and I'll come fly and pick you up, and we'll go over to Houston on Friday, and then I'll bring you back on Saturday, and we'll have.
Wouldn't that be nice? Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm going to send you your plane ticket so you can go see this firsthand, and I think you'll be confident. Then you'll have the confidence that you need. But I know that's not necessarily doable. So if she's in that area, or Palm City or Gainesville, I'll let you know, because there's nothing greater than being able to experience it firsthand. And I can tell you anything that I need to. But when you actually see it, we want to be a part of this. I know we haven't been a part of it for a couple of years now. And we want to be a part of it. And so whatever that means, however we can be a part of it. And obviously her passion is speaking. And I'm not concerned about the budgets. I mean, we will stick within your budget parameters. So don't worry about that. I just want to be able to overcome the objection of anything from a vendor standpoint.
Well, you need to give us kind of an idea of what it would cost, Pete, because that's the first question that is asked, and whether or not it will fit into the budget. So what does Lavana normally charge?
So we just got from probably not, it's a 1 in a million chance, to what do you charge?
We're gonna hang out in Florida.
Yeah, and like, okay, well, let's fly you out. Now, a couple of things there. So if you guys saw me like pop up on the screen, like when he was saying like, okay, so this one's in Gainesville, this one's over here, he's on the website and he's like, okay, check, this person's the one in Gainesville, this person's the one there. So now he has a backup. He has a plan B if this conversation doesn't go the way that hopefully it goes. Obviously it is going pretty well right now. But as he's doing that, this is part of like doing your research, being able to have, he also at the very beginning of the conversation, he said he was looking at the website, so he knew some talking points around the event, right? So you need to make sure that you are doing that when you're having conversations with meeting planners, especially and now this is a cold call, this is a cold outreach. So that's important, but it's also important when people book a call with you as well. Don't make that like, oh, I hopefully probably won the stage because they're wanting to talk to me. No, that's not always the case. Always make sure that you have some of your research down when doing this. Okay, now the next part is one thing to note, because this seemed like a joke, but I'll talk a little bit about this later as well. But one thing to note that was a good tactic from Pete around this quote unquote joke was flying her out to see Lavana talk. That's actually a great strategy when it is a lucrative stage for you, whether it's a flying out or whether it's like, hey, if I'm in the area and I'm speaking at an event, I would love for you to come over and see me firsthand. Meeting planners are much more likely to book you to speak if they've seen you speak before. In fact, that's actually how Pete got in with the International Committee for Entrepreneurs Organization, was because they heard him speak at Grant Cardone's event, the main speaker chair for EO. So once again, speaking engagements, getting you speaking engagements, that's one other tactic to employ once you start getting that momentum with your first few stages. All right, so now we get into what does Lavana normally charge? This is one of the few mistakes that Pete makes, because you'll see here in a minute that Pete just goes ahead and says what the fee is. Normally, what you would want to be doing is asking them what their budget parameters are so that you can see what the negotiating power is. And once again, you don't want to say like, oh, if their budget's $5,000 and your keynote's $7,500, you don't say, oh, well, that's great, that's mine too. You don't want to do that, because word travels fast. It's like surprisingly so in meeting planner communities. So you don't want to just willy-nilly once again, discount your fee. You want to use that as an opportunity. I was like, okay, yeah, you have a budget of 5,000. My keynote, unfortunately, is 7,500. However, I still feel like this is a really good fit for the audience that you have and everything. Why don't we talk about like some different ways that we can create a win-win on how, how I can discount my fee, but still, get something else instead. Something along those lines. And once again, you can use the negotiating points checklist. It is in your workbook, page 94. Just make that note real quick. Page 94 is the negotiation points checklist for you guys. All right, now let's go ahead and get into these budget conversations.
Well, her range is anywhere from 3,500 all the way up to 5,500, depending on what she's doing. But like I said, what are your budget parameters?
Usually for leadership conferences, 6,000, and that does include, might be 5,000 for the travel and as well.
Yeah, and hers is plus travel, so it's your travel on top of that. Two things that are great is that it's in Florida, so it's really easy for her. And then the second thing that's great is that we'll make sure that we stick within your budget parameters. That's a promise that you have from me. I mean, so we'll be within your budget parameters.
Now, help me remember, LaVonna hasn't been there for a while. She's got brain-based, what's the name? Minds That Matter, is that her?
Minds That Matter. So she's got stuff on brain research. She's got stuff on engaging instruction. She's got stuff on the whole child. And then the two things that Todd is having her do this week are Ignite to Shine, which is her big thing. And I'm going to put some things in your hand or in front of you, not just via email, but I'm going to mail something out to you as well. And Todd's having her do some of her brain research stuff as well. So she's doing, 3 or 4 kind of core things of what she does. So yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Well, I know that various districts and like I work with a consortium, we're always looking for, maybe a day kind of a thing, where you have a keynote and do some kind of application or work as teams of, how you can implement something that you've just learned in the actual keynote is kind of the model that we use for FASD as well as, in our own districts.
Wow.
Did you hear it? Did you catch it? Pete just said, wow. Why did he say, wow? I think Ryan got a little bit ahead of himself there, but that's part of it. Let me know in the chat what else you guys think. What do you guys think, Duggars?
Not only this stage, but additional stages.
Not only this stage, but additional stages as well. Now, it's also not that. It's even more than that. It's more than just other opportunities for stages. This is actually LaVonna's business model. Her business model is on going into different schools with a school teaching and education program to talk about the Ignite Your Shine process. So literally, the thing that she was fighting against, Deborah, was at the beginning of the conversation, she's now suggesting. She's suggesting for LaVonna to have her services to be exposed to pretty much everybody that's there. And not only that, but like this other opportunity that you guys did catch, that opportunity is in front of more decision makers because he said all the districts come in. Who are the people who buy from LaVonna? Those district organizers, those district heads. So this was that's why Pete said, wow, because this went from, nope, she's a vendor, not going to allow her to speak on the stage. Okay, what's her budget parameters to, okay, this sounds like a really good idea. We should also have LaVonna go to this event as well, where she can speak in front of all of her really even more ideal buyers than the other event as well. So just as a way to showcase and remind you guys that if you double down on understanding the audience, understanding the meeting planner's problems, understanding their audience's problems, and being able to showcase that you do have a concrete, real solution for them, you can open up the doors to anything. All right. I usually, like after this, they do some wrap-up conversation. Usually it's not that valuable for you guys to listen. They're going to exchange like, when is it that the co-chairs meet? It was like in another month from now. So that's one thing to just note is schedule the follow-up call if there is a follow-up call. And that's what Pete does. He schedules when to follow up with them because he knows that the co-chairs are going to meet in the next month. So he knows that that's when the decision is going to be made, and then he can follow up again. Now, a few notes as well as what happens after the phone conversation. Remember that Pete had in his back pocket, he knew who the co-chairs were to reach out to them. He didn't need to do that after this conversation. And he went back to Lavana, who actually was listening on the call. Actually, it was her and the entirety of the coaching cohort at that time. So Pete was really under pressure for this call. He was really hoping that it would pan out well. But after that, he's like, okay, Lavana, I know you thought I was joking on this, but you really need to call Deborah up and offer her to fly her and her husband out for a few days to this event, because what is it? And he asked her, like, what's the stage worth to you? Like, well, now that I know about this district opportunity, it's worth at least 6 figures for me. He's like, okay, well, isn't that worth a few plane tickets? Okay, true. So he made the offer to Deborah and she was flabbergasted by it. Unfortunately, she had a family engagement at that time, couldn't go, but just the gesture made her above and beyond a champion. And she ended up winning that stage, speaking at the district event as well, and made multiple 6 figures because of this one phone conversation. Just to recognize this for a second, we've built an entire funnel with a bunch of different outreach modalities, but at the end of the day, it's as simple as having one conversation. All roads lead to the phone. And sometimes that road is very short and you just pick up the phone because you have the phone number. And that's all you need sometimes. So we're going to take a short break before we get into introductions. We're going to have you guys get into your breakout rooms and introduce each other. We will take a short bathroom break though. Let's be back here I want to start a little bit earlier. Let's be back here in 10 minutes. So 10-minute break. We can put on some focus music, Jeff, and then we'll be back here 5 minutes till the top of the hour. All right. See you guys there. All right, let's come on back. Okay, and you can click away so I can see Zoom. There we go. All right, turn on your videos if you're back. Show me that you are here because we're going to get you guys into some breakout rooms here in just a minute. So quickly, just so that I give you guys some instructions on where we're headed, what we're doing, we're going to get into intros. These are team intros. So this is the group that you will, it's a group that you guys will be doing stuff with tomorrow. And
they can hear your room sound now, but just
all right, can you guys hear me now? Okay, thanks, Trisha. Quick draw McGraw on the thumbs up. Okay, so we're getting into introductions. So in a moment, you're gonna be put into breakout rooms. The main purpose of that is to get to know each other for some of the breakout sessions we're gonna do tomorrow. We will have some different breakouts this afternoon that's gonna be more randomized. But outside of that, it's really for you guys to get introduced to your coaches, because in our next focus session, our first focus session before lunch, we're going to be doing some research. And if you have any problems as you're doing research, you're going to tap the coach's shoulder and if you have any issues. So that's how we're going to be working with these focus sessions. So it's good for you guys to kind of just get introduced to each other and also introduced to your coach as well. So I'm going to put, let's see, make sure I have the right times on this. Let's do 10 minutes for our group introduction. So about a minute per person. Now for your intros. So after I say what your intros are going to be, we're going to go ahead and break. So name, obviously. Who are you? Where are you coming from? That's always good. And then the next thing is, what's your company overview? So if you've been to Clarity Execution Workshop, what are my expectations of you? Personal brand statement. So problem you solve, who you serve. If you haven't been to Clarity Execution Workshop, then in your best way, state it is, who is it that you serve, what problem do they have, and how do you solve it for them in like 2 sentences to 3 sentences. Then the third thing, most important, this is very important for your coach. What does success look like for you at the end of these 2 days? Given everything that we've talked about and discussed, what does success look like at the end of these 2 days? So to recap, name where you're from, business overview, and what does success look like for you at the end of these 2 days. All right, let's go ahead and get into our breakout rooms with your coaches. Introduce each other. Coaches, you're not off the hook. You need to introduce yourself as well. So let's go ahead and get into it. Let's open the breakout rooms.
You're muted.
All right, cool.
Time to be like, hey, this would be a good person to network with. I am actually going to introduce myself last because I want to give you guys the ample amount of time to introduce yourselves. Remember, it's where you're from, business overview, and then what success looks like. Okay, so Ryan, you're the first one on my screen. Why don't we start with you?
Wow, I'm used to being the caboose. Okay. I am Ryan Baker. I'm from Ozark, Missouri. I help empower male entrepreneurs who struggle with growing their business by helping them recognize the negative thought patterns they have that sabotage their efforts, eliminate them, and create a path to profitable, purpose-driven work. Success at the end of these 2 days for me looks like having an automated system to reach out to meeting planners. I'm going to go a little bold and say I'd like to win a stage in the next couple of days, and just confidence that moving forward, I will know who to reach out to and how to do so in order to win more.
Fantastical. You are with the right person. I am the automation queen. So any questions that you have on that, let me know. Okay, Heidi, you're next.
Hi, so I'm Heidi Bolliard. I'm located in Dublin, Ohio, which is a suburb of Columbus. And I actually have a couple companies. So my original company is Simplified Living Architecture. So we are a residential architecture firm. And then I recently have been working with AYR in their product execution workshop to create a new company, which is called Sold by Design. So I use my 20 years of best practices as a residential architect to train real estate agents to think more like an architect. So to provide them design concepts, but also information on structural and mechanical things within a home so they can serve their clients on a higher level. And then for success for me, so with working with AYR, I have a stage agent, and she's constantly asking me for lots of information, like the Why Me video and things like that. So I'm excited to be able to get all of that formulated this week, all of that information she needs, so that she can use that towards getting me on more stages.
Awesome. Do you need a speaker kit too?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay.
I have a one sheet, but that's about it.
Okay, we can definitely work with that. I will give you more info on that when I introduce myself too.
Perfect.
Okay, is it Shrilena? Is that right?
Unmuting myself. Sherlina.
Shrilena. Okay, I love that.
Thank
I love
you.
unique names. So you'll have to tell us what your name means too as part of your introduction, if you know.
Actually, my mother, when she was having me, was determined to have a boy, and I did not come out a boy, and she did not have a girl's name. And back then, you still shared a room with someone else. You know, now you have a single room to yourself when you have a baby. So the person in the room with her, if she had had a girl, was going to name her baby Sherlina, but she had a boy. And so my mom was like, oh, I like that name. And that's how I got my name.
Okay.
So, but at any rate, so I am an OBGYN, well, ironically. And I specialize in sexual health and wellness now. And so let me look at, I am currently in Memphis, Tennessee. And I am launching my business to specifically assist couples and singles to overcoming their struggles with intimacy to achieve lifelong fulfilling intimate relationships. So dealing with both the physical, emotional, and the relational aspects. So I am developing a integrative, holistic approach to managing sexual health for men and women. And what does success look like at the end of this day? Success for me would be, number one, having the script for conversations that I have so that I say enough and not too much. Because being a physician, I tend to say I want to give it all. So having a script that is appropriate for what it is that I'm trying to achieve, but also, again, having the automated systems to book the stages and having a plan for what happens next.
Okay, awesome. Love that. And you said it was physical, emotional, and what was the last one?
Relational. So essentially, I do all the procedures for erectile dysfunction, orgasmic dysfunction, hormones, and things like that in my medical world. But now I've brought in addressing the personal development issues that people have, because, you know, the mental is huge, especially for women when it comes to overcoming intimacy problems. And then the relational things have to be there as well. Because again, if you fix the other and there's a problem with communication, and there's still sexual dysfunction. So the physical, emotional, as well as the relational.
Okay, awesome. I love it. Okay, and Trisha.
Hi, I'm Trisha Robinson, coming to you from Danbury, Connecticut, and I am a health coach. I help stressed out professional working moms deal with overwhelm through mindset, nourishment, and movement.
Okay, and then what is your goal for
Success to me looks like I have, I've created the talks so that I feel confident about what I'm saying, so that when I find my ideal speaking locations, which I will identify during this time that we're together, I feel confident knowing that I'm the right person to serve their audience. So by building the content that I feel represents me and supports other people, I know that will help me with the whole confidence aspect of that. And then also just booking a stage or two would be amazing.
Okay, awesome. Okay.
With a speaker kit. I think we talked about speaker kits are included in this too, but having a speaker kit as well.
Yes, we will definitely go over that highly, especially since this group needs it. I can cater specifically to what you guys need. So anything that's coming up for you guys, definitely let me know, because I have a sticky note for each of you, and we'll make sure that we can check off those boxes before the end of these 2 days. Okay, Debbie.
Hi, my name is Debbie Barber, and I live just north of Dallas. I help restaurant owners and leaders who need to improve their profitability with strategies to fill their venues with guests who are willing to pay more for a great experience. And success for me for the next 2 days is just understanding the process and having the tools to move forward with the speaker kit and scripts to win stages.
Okay, awesome. And when you say process, is there anything specific besides the scripts that you're looking for?
It's basically, I think, the scripts and finding the appropriate stages, because I'm very specific with my niche. It is for full service restaurants. It is learning where to find my ideal clients.
Okay, and just because I am not a restaurateur, full service restaurants, give us a couple of examples.
Table service versus quick casual fast food.
Okay, perfect. Awesome. Okay, and Kathy, I'm glad to have you back.
Hello, Cabrina. I'm glad you're here. All right, I'm Kathy Forbes. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a talent consultant, and I help organizations select leaders that retain and inspire their best talent. What I'm looking for from this workshop is everything I can get. Turning my speech into a compelling script that captures my value to my targeted audience, that makes them really, really want me because they need me. I want to find the right stages with my ideal clients. And here's the tough part is confidence to make the calls, even though my products, services are not completely fleshed out, built out. I don't want to put the horse before the cart, and that's where I always get in my own way. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I can't do this unless this is done. So that's definitely one of my roadblocks, and I know I need to get over it in my head. And certainly a speaker kit. I mean, everything that this workshop has to offer. I really want to maximize the opportunity here.
Okay, perfect. And we've got 51 more seconds. So at our first one, we will do Mary Ann, Spencer, Carol Ann, and Rose at the very beginning, and then I'll introduce myself and give you a little bit more background on me, because we've got more people in our group than we normally do, which is great. That means that we've got some more people to work off of. So just keep that in mind. I have the list. So if you don't remember, it's from your business overview and then what success. And then if anything else comes up as far as successes that you want to have during this time together, we can go back around and you can drop them in the chat to me while our last 4 people introduce themselves. And I will make sure to get that on your sticky notes here so that we can make sure that we check all of those boxes off. Okay, sound good? We're just about to pop over, so excited to work with you all.
All right, welcome everybody. Hope you guys had a good time introducing yourselves to each other, finding out what success looks like, getting to know your coach a little bit. We're gonna go ahead and get into our first major working session. So I'm going to go over the know and find part 1. We will be doing a part 1 before lunch. Then we'll have lunch, and then we're gonna have a part 2 because I said this at the beginning, finding stages is the lead domino when it comes to the OPS process. If you don't have a list, you don't have anybody to reach out to. So let's go ahead and go through 2 of the biggest ways that you can do this. Now, I will be honest with you guys. The main focus of today is going to be around the first bucket primarily, but we are going to be getting some initial progress with the second bucket as well. So our 2 buckets are champions and cold outreach. So champions is, I believe it is in your workbooks. Yes, page 23 in your workbooks. So now what I'm going to be doing a lot of from here on out, I'm going to be referencing the workbook quite a bit. So make sure that you have your workbooks either up on your screens or if you've had them printed or whatever, make sure you're turning the pages to the right area. So page 23 has a definition of a champion. I'm going to read it out loud to make sure that we're all on the same page. A champion is somebody who knows the impact you're creating in the world and who truly believes in what you have to say. A champion can be a past or current client, a colleague, a strategic partner, or somebody's stage you've already been on. So that is the textbook definition, but let me go a little bit deeper here as well. All right, so Jeff, you're gonna have to follow me on the camera because I am going to be writing some things on the board here. Let me make sure which one I got. That's a dry erase. Okay, let me just make sure you guys can see this. All right, let's see. Can you see, guys see that? Yeah, because
Pretty washed out.
tell me if you.
It's washed out, but we can make it out.
All right, so I'm just going to show you guys 3 tiers. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 tiers of champions. So one thing that I want to just double down on what I said earlier. There is a right way and a wrong way to ask yourself a question on who is a champion for you. Wrong way to ask yourself who a champion is who do I know that's a meeting planner? Another one is who do I know that knows a meeting planner? Because again, you don't know what you don't know. Instead, the question you want to ask yourself is, who do I know that believes in me and my message? That's it. So this could be friends, family, colleagues, coworkers, if you've spoken on stage with former meeting planners. So let's go ahead and get into what these tiers are. What I would have you guys do, we're going to do a champions activity today. And part of that champions activity is for you guys to make a list. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to just make a list of anybody that you can think of that believes in you guys. And I don't want you thinking about niches. I don't want you to think about connections. I don't want you to think about who they are, what position they have, anything like that yet. Once you've made that list, you're going to put them into 3 categories. And these are the 3 categories. So 1 is for those of you who have spoken on stages, meeting planners. You guys can see that. Whoa, hello. Meeting planners and speakers. So meeting planners and fellow speakers are your top tier. This is for folks who have spoken on stages in the past. If you've ever been on a podcast, if you've ever been on a stage, these are absolutely your top clients. And if you are not yet, then you got to realize that once you win your first stage, that person should be a champion for you. The reason why Pete has gone from somewhere along the lines of 20% champions and 80% cold research, even though that 20% of champions was winning him 60, 70% of his stages, now it's completely reversed where it's almost all champions that he's getting stages from. It's all referrals based. So you want to make sure that as you are developing this process, that even if you don't have somebody at this top tier yet, you will, and you need to double down on building those relationships after every single stage you speak on. So what do I mean by fellow speakers? These are people who have spoken at events that you've spoken at. They were a guest on the same podcast. They were a speaker at the same conference. They were on the same digital summit that you were on. So those are fellow speakers. If you particularly had conversations with them. Now this probably goes a little bit more towards the physical stages because it's harder to connect with digital events with other speakers nowadays. You know, a lot of times you can get on and then you get off and you don't even connect with you don't even know who some of the other speakers are. I'd recommend against that. Whenever possible, try to connect with not just the meeting planner, but the other speakers at the event, whether virtually or in person, because that's going to help build out this roster over time. So that's tier 1. Tier 2, this is going to be customers / clients, depending on how you define them, and colleagues. That is your second tier. Customers or clients and colleagues. So customers can be current or past, and colleagues meaning anybody that works in the same niche that you are. So for instance, if you're in the health space and you're a chiropractor, this can be people who you know that are acupuncturists, that are massage therapists, that are personal trainers, that are physical therapists, people that are in the same adjacent space as you, but aren't necessarily competitors. Okay, so those are colleagues. Who's in your network that serves the same niche as you do? That's your second category. Your most lucrative though, honestly, if I was to pick one of these, this one is almost a tier 1 for me, is current and former clients. Because this is your ideal audience. They probably listen to the same podcast that your next client is listening to. They probably go to the same conference. They're probably a part of the same groups that your other potential clients are a part of. So by all means, list them out. That is a high priority target, so to speak. Now, your third tier, and you cannot discount this tier either. This is friends, family, and if you have a working job right now and this is a side hustle for you, coworkers. And once again, pretty much anybody else who goes into the, I don't know if they know anybody in my niche, but they might. And I don't want you discounting that because once again, you do not know what you don't know. And what you do when it comes to reaching out to the champions, we're going to work on that later this afternoon on the reach out. That's part of your 5-in-1 outreach tool. One aspect of that script is how do you tweak that script to reach out to a champion. So just realize like right now what we're talking about is just building the list. Because the thing about this is one champion can lead to 3, 5, 10 stages. I've seen Pete do this with some of the meeting planners he's spoken to in the past. He's asked them for stage referrals and they've given him 10. Now others won't do it at all. So that's the beauty of this process is that if you have 100 champions on your list and only 50% of them get back to you, and only 20 of them actually give you stages, those 20 could still give you 100 stages because each of them could give you 5 stages that you could potentially be on. That's the exponential power of the champions process. So that's champions. That one's pretty easy as far as a concept, but it's harder in execution because the number one thing that I see every single time when people do this activity is they have a problem putting people's names down. I don't know what it is. It's just, I don't want that person to be on the list. I don't want that person to be on the list. Put them on the list. Put them on the list. When in doubt, put them on the list. I wish there was a way to rhyme that one, but it didn't quite come to me at that point. But by all means, make sure that there are few exceptions to this. Like, look, if it's a bad relationship, somebody that you don't like talking to in general, obviously they're not a champion, are they? Do they believe in you and your message? That's the one and only question. All right, so that is champions. The next is research, cold, hard research. This is the part that most people get a little bit freaked out about. Now, I'll say there's 2 buckets of people. 3 kind of, but I'm grouping 2 together. So we got our start, momentum, and scale folks. Let me know in the chat whether you guys are in start, momentum, or scale. Once again, start means you're starting a brand new business. You don't have revenue. Momentum means you have revenue coming through the door, but you'd like more. Scale means you have dialed in systems. You might even have some outsourced help, whether contractors or employees. Okay, so I'm seeing in the chat, got a few momentums, got a lot of starts, another momentum here. Duckers, start. Okay, so here's my recommendation, or here's just some, this is actually isn't a recommendation. This is cold, hard facts. If you're in the start bucket, you're gonna have to do this yourself. Unless you hire Advance Your Reach with the stage agency. That's like the only other option. So you're gonna have to do this yourself, so pay special attention. For my momentum folks, you might be able to outsource this to some degree, and typically it's gonna be to a part-time VA or to another agency like Advance Your Reach has. And if you're scale, you probably will have somebody in-house do this for you. But you have to get clear on a few things. The worst thing that I've seen, and I've seen entrepreneurs in the scale bucket come to us and say, you know what, this whole stages thing, it doesn't work. I hired somebody else out to do all my research. All the stages are crap. I'm like, well, what parameters did you give? Oh, well, I just told them to go after these stages for this umbrella. I told them to go after health stages, like my example earlier. Well, of course, they're going to find you crap stages because you didn't give them the right parameters. So even my momentum and scale folks, pay attention, because if you get this wrong, anybody you delegate this to will get this wrong. All right. And my start folks, pay even more attention, because you will be the one doing this, at least to start to get warmed up to it. Now, once again, out of these two buckets, your champions are your sweet spot. This is where people get the wins the fastest. The cold outreach process, it's longer, it's a longer funnel that we're going to talk about tomorrow, and it takes more time, and you get your conversions are much lower, of course. However, when implemented correctly, when you're researching the right stages, when you are going after them in the way that we're going to talk about tomorrow, you're going to go from a 1 or 2% conversion rate, which would be if you didn't know what the heck you were doing, to hopefully more like a 10% conversion rate for these cold stages that you reach out to. So here are a few key tips when it comes to research. I personally like to do my research in 2 phases. My first phase is list building. All I'm doing is finding the stage name and the stage website. That's it. I'm not looking for a meeting planner. I'm not looking for contact information. I am simply looking at, oh, that looks like a good stage that I would like to be on. So as I'm going to Google and doing my research, and I'll show you guys a little tip on doing Google here in a minute, that's all I'm looking for. I'm looking for stages that are potentially a good fit. And then next step, step 2, that's when I go back to that list and I go down the rabbit hole. And the rabbit hole is finding the contact information. And it is a rabbit hole. I'm not going to beat around the bush around it. They are definitely rabbit holes. My goal for you guys is to build a large list of champions, a small list of cold stages, and get your feet wet with 1 stage contact researched. If we can do that, I would say that's a pretty good win. Now, we've done this, like I said, 40 plus times. Usually you'll find more than just what I just stated, but I like to set some baby step goals, since this is going to be a lot of y'all's first time. So here's how I think about it when it comes to research. So the step 1, where did my black one go? Oh wait, I was using blue. That's right. All right. So your step 1 is search terms. So search terms will be top, TOP. I know the brightness is a little out, so I'm going to be repeating myself a lot, just so you guys know. Write it down with me, okay? This helps me, honestly, more than it helps you probably. It's because I'll know what to reference back to it. So top blank for blank. All right. It's that simple for the search terms. What I mean by the blanks. Okay, top event keyword, and I'll talk about the event keyword here in a minute, for niche, XYZ niche. So giving you guys a few examples. Top podcast for dentists. That is an event type plugged in with a certain niche. Let's see. Let's do another one. Top conferences for faith-based entrepreneurs. Top associations. So notice one thing that I'm going to explain this one in a minute. Top associations for corporate executives. Let's see, what's another one? Top online summits for health coaches. And once again, if you are, now I'm not talking to health coaches, I'm saying you sell something to health coaches. Different audience, right? So you can plug and play all that stuff. Now I mentioned event type, but there is another one. You want to think about organizations that host events. Associations are organizations that host events, and they host them locally, statewide, nationwide, and internationally, depending on the size of the association. So if you're trying to figure out what associations work, Google what associations are for this niche. So your biggest issue when it comes to this part of the process is having a dialed in niche. That's honestly, and I am completely frank with this. You guys want to know the reason why we created Clarity Execution Workshop as a full 2-day immersion experience for getting dialed in on niches, because this was the biggest problem with this workshop before that. Every time I was leading the research station and helping people with their research, I can't tell you how many times the main issue was the niche part of this search term. They were looking for the wrong niche, or they were looking for too broad of a niche. Don't look up top faith-based stages as an example. If you're in the Christian market, don't do that. Are you speaking to pastors? Are you speaking to moms? Are you speaking to cell group leaders? Are you speaking to those in Connecticut? Are you speaking to those in Texas? Who are you speaking to? Is it a specific denomination, or is it or what is it? The more dialed in you get, the narrower you get on these stages, the better. Another, probably the biggest example that most people relate to is top conferences for entrepreneurs. You know what you're going to find? You're going to find a stage that has Gary Vaynerchuk's keynoting the event, and you will not be getting on that stage at the beginning. I'm just going to be frank. If you are just getting on stages, yes, we've seen no-name speakers, and Pete is the case study in point, and a lot of our students as well on that point on getting on those big stages, but it wasn't their first stage. That was Pete's like 25th stage getting on that World Series of Sales stage with Michael Phelps. So go after the smaller stages first. That's another key. But to get to the smaller stages, to find them, you need to get more specific with those sub niches, with those spokes of your umbrella. Now, here's the thing. Because of that, you can have multiple search terms. You can plug and play different kinds of events, podcasts, associations, conferences, online summits. You can, and here's another one that actually most people won't even do, top influencers for XYZ niche. Because if there's an influencer with a platform on Instagram or Facebook and they go live and 1,000 people get on, that's a huge stage. But you can't find online Facebook, you can't say top Facebook lives for entrepreneurs. You got to find who the top influencers are. So that's just a key difference if you're wanting to get some of those online stages as an example. So you plug and play the different words for events. Then you plug and play the different sub niches. And then what I would have you do is build out about 10 different search terms. And then you go down the list from the search terms. That's step one. Now we're going to get to step two, which is find an article. This is the reason why we did top up here. The reason why I said top is because when you do that, Google will now send you to somebody who has already done the research for you. You will see the top 10, the top 25, the top 100 podcasts for financial entrepreneurs or whatever it is. So you'll go through that list, and now it's just a pick and choose. You go through that list of top 10, 3 of them seem like it's a good fit, a good audience, a good size. Great, I'm gonna add those into my list. And you have a list, a place to put your list on your workshop or your workbook. You can also just put it on an Excel spreadsheet if you want. However you want to build out your prospect list, totally up to you. But we do have that as an option for you in the workbook. So put all those event websites in that you want to do further research on. Now, remember, this is step one. So the goal would be like I said, the goal would be to get 10 at least. Now, eventually, just so that I can speak to like goals here. If you want to speak on 1 stage a month, I'm just going to use that as an example. If you want to speak on 1 stage a month, that's 12 stages a year. Let's assume that you are going to knock it out of the park. I'm going to assume a bad thing and a good thing. The bad thing I'm going to assume is that you are the only person on this entire planet who doesn't have a single champion. So I'm going to assume that your list is completely coming from cold. And by the way, that is none of you at all. Okay? I really want to double down on that. So that's the bad. The good thing I'm going to assume is that you're using this process correctly. You're going to get around hopefully 10% people who you are cold reaching out to winning their stage. Now, the pipeline for that could be somewhere between 90 to 120 days. Write that down. That's not in your workbooks. Your average time to win a stage is going to be 90 to 120 days. Now, that is very different depending on, that's a big average, just so you know. Some averages are 2 weeks away if it's a smaller stage. If it's a very massive stage, it could be a year and a half out. So it just depends on the size. So I'm just giving you an average estimate, somewhere between 3 to 4 months, sometimes 6 months. That's your pipeline for getting a stage reached out to one. And the first month is when you're really hitting hard with the OPS pipeline. So, yeah, who put it in? Ryan, traffic and conversion, that's a very large event. That's about a year out. Yeah, that's right. So 10%, so you want to have 12 stages a year. That's 120 stages that you need to reach out to. So your list needs to be 120 deep. So you can spend one day building that list of 120. Honestly, once you get used to the process, you could do this first step in like 2 to 3 hours. Once you get dialed in, you can get a list of 120 in a couple of hours, half day. Now, for those of you that are still like, getting used to, okay, I think this search term, I ran this and that and the other thing, then, I'm just going to give you guys a day, but it shouldn't take that long for doing this. And we're going to spend the first hour today. We're going to get some wins here at this workshop doing this. The next thing is going to be the step 2. And that step 2 is going to take a bit longer. Usually you're going to probably double your time, maybe triple your time for finding the actual meeting planner. It depends on what stages you're going after. The rule of thumb is the smaller the stage, the easier it is to find a meeting planner, with few exceptions. There are a few harder ones to find that are small. And the larger the stage, the harder it is to find the decision maker. So let me see how we're doing for time, and then let me see about getting into part 2. I think we might have part 2 later though. Let's see. All right. Yeah. So I will get to part 2 later because I want to make sure that we have time to do our champions build out. So what we're going to do is we're going to do those 2 things. We're going to spend 30 minutes on champions and 30 minutes on building out that list of websites. So, actually, this is actually advantageous. I haven't told you guys step 2, so you can't do step 2. Don't go down the rabbit hole yet of trying to find the contact information. I haven't told you yet. I haven't taught you yet, so don't do it. Okay? Good. I see some smiling and nodding. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to spend 30 minutes. We're going to be here in the main room. Jeff's going to put on some focus music, but we're going to be on pages, just so we're all clear. Research log. Yes, 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 yes. All right. Champion page on page 23, 24, and 25. So that's your champions list. And then fill out your research guide as well on page 26. And then just the name and website event, those first 2 columns on page 27. Okay, and I want you to fill out that page. So let's build out as big of a list of champions and try to get about 10 on the list for cold research. We're going to be spending an hour here, so 30 minutes and 30 minutes. Let's go ahead and get after it. And your footer. In the header, you want to find the About section, if they have one. Some do, some don't. Most do. It depends, though, on what kind of about section they have. So for associations, for example, a lot of them have a robust about section because they're appealing to prospective members and current members of their association. So they want to show you who the director is, who the president-elect is, who the conference chair and conference co-chair is on a specific association website. If it's on a bigger stage, like, the one I always use as an example is Dreamforce. So if you're wanting to reach out to an industry-wide event that has over 20,000 people there and you're trying to find the meeting planner, you're not going to find an about section there. So just realize that this is dependent on the website itself. But on the about section, you want to see if there's an about, it can be about staff, could be about leadership. And I'm keeping this small just because I'm referencing the list. You can write this down as well, or just a general about us. So what you're trying to find here is names. Now, typically you're going to find one of two things. There's the easy way and the super hard way. There is a spectrum in between. So realize what I'm about to say, there is variance to it. So I usually figure that it's best to stick to one extreme or the other, because everything that falls in between you can more easily find out than the super hard version of finding somebody's contact information. So on the easy end, you go to the about section and you find that person's name and email and maybe even phone number or direct line / extension. That's great. You're off to the races. Smaller stages, local stages, association stages are more likely to have this kind of information. Much bigger stages, industry-wide events are much less likely to have this. I have yet to see one that is an industry-wide national event that has that kind of information. So if that's the case for you, so I'm going to use Dreamforce as an example. It's a fictitious example, so if Dreamforce is a dream stage of you, actually just do this process, and you should be able to find the real person's information. So if you go to Dreamforce's website, first of all, let's assume one thing. You Googled the top articles, you found Dreamforce on there, and you go to the Dreamforce website and you see nothing, except for you see one clue. You go down to the footer section and you see this pretty little copyright symbol. That's not a copyright symbol that I just drew. But in that copyright, it'll say copyright 2021 Salesforce. Now you know the company that runs the event. Who hires meeting planners? Who owns a company? A CEO or an employee? And both of those work for an actual company. They don't work for a stage. That is a key differentiator I want to make sure all of you get. You cannot find somebody who works for a stage most of the time. You find a company that actually runs it. For instance, if you were trying to find an email address for anybody that works for Pete, and you were trying to look up platformlive.com, like Jed at platformlive.com, you wouldn't find it, because Platform Live is a stage. It's not a company. The company is Advance Your Reach. Same thing here with this Dreamforce example. Nobody's going to have a dreamforce.com email address. They're going to have a salesforce.com email address. And the goal here is to find an email. A couple other things to note around like finding addresses and phone numbers. Addresses and phone numbers, once you find the company contact information, it's usually pretty easy to find the address, the office address. The next thing would be to look for a phone number in the footer. You do want to make sure that when you're finding these kind of phone numbers, they will be company phone numbers. It's very rare to find personal contact information without a software scraping tool, which I'll give you guys a few of those here in a minute. But without that, you probably are going to have to just know who it is you need to ask for. Call the company number and ask for them. That's most of the time what the case is when it comes to phone numbers, unless you use like a website scraping tool. So the next thing though is trying to find the email address. So now we found on this website for Dreamforce that Salesforce is the actual one that will have an email address for it. So now I'm going to go to LinkedIn. And if you go to LinkedIn, there is a limited capacity to the free version of LinkedIn for this. There is also Sales Navigator, which I highly recommend. If you do this over and over again, it's a little bit simpler, more streamlined, but you can technically do it on the free version. I forget though if they cap you out a certain amount of searches, but you go to LinkedIn, on the search bar, you look up Salesforce. Then it's going to show Salesforce on there. There's 10,000 something employees. You click to view all of them. Now, once you're on that page, at the top, there will be a all filters or some sort of filters icon. Now, this is on the free version. If you're on Sales Navigator, there's a whole thing on the left-hand side. You can Google how to use Sales Navigator. But you're going to add some filters. And the only filter I'm really caring about is a couple. The main one is, what does their title position say? Their title needs to have the word event most of the time. Now, if you're on Sales Navigator, you can go a little bit further and you can say, I'm only looking for director positions and above. You can't do that on the free version, but on the paid version, you can. So then you're looking at that. And so I'm looking through, goes from 10,000 to 20. So now there's 20 staff members that work for Salesforce that have the word event in their name on LinkedIn. So now I'm looking through that list and I'm looking for the senior most person there. So I look through there, I see like this girl, Tanya, she's manager of events. I see this guy, Tom, and he's the director of events. I see this other lady, Lisa, she is the VP of events. I'm like, okay, the VP, probably the main person that I need to talk to. Now that's for a very large event. So once again, like for smaller level events, it's probably going to be a manager or director, coordinator for really small events, for example. So I look at this person, VP of events. Let's say, I said Lisa. So now I'm going to look up Lisa. I have her name first and last. I don't want to make up a name right now. Lisa Jones. There we go. Lisa Jones is the VP of events at Salesforce. So I have salesforce.com. That's the end of the email address. I have her name. I just need to figure out what format Salesforce uses for their employees. Is it first initial dot last name? Is it first name and last name? Full? Is it first name, last initial? There's a bunch of different combinations. So to shortcut that process, I go to hunter.io. So if somebody gets type that in the chat, hunter.io, hunter.io. No .coms, no WWs. You go there, you get about 50, I think, free searches a month. It's actually pretty cheap. I think it's like $100 a year to utilize it. Otherwise, they might have increased their prices since the last time I looked. But what you can do with this is you plug in salesforce.com on their search bar, and they search the internet for all email addresses that have salesforce.com related. Am I looking for Lisa Jones at Hunter? No, because I probably won't find Lisa Jones because her VP level email address is probably not found online. But I'll bet you that Tom in accounting and Tanya, that's a lower level person, or Joe, who's a customer service representative, they probably all have email addresses listed publicly somewhere. And out of 100 emails that Hunter.io found of it, the most common framework is first initial dot last name at salesforce.com. Now it's plug and play. L.Jones at salesforce.com. I have 80 to 90% certainty that that is her email address. Now, if I want to make that 100%, I can, if I have the paid version of Hunter, I can validate that email address, which means that it checks the server to see if it actually exists. And some websites allow this, some websites don't allow this. For instance, Salesforce in this instance does not. But let's just say for example's sake that it does. I can go there, or I can also go to mailtester.com. It used to be a free service. Now I think it also is paid, as trying to compete with Hunter.io. But you check it and it checks out. It comes back saying that this is a real email address. Now I have 100% certainty. Now, just so that I'm not confusing some of the folks who just, it went over their head around validating an email address. What that means is there are certain servers where email addresses exist. Your company's website lives on a server somewhere, or multiple servers for bigger ones. And that means their email addresses live on those servers. Now, some servers have encryption for being able to detect whether or not an email address exists on that server or not. Some have encryption software on there to where you can't check that for all certainty, and it comes back saying, yes, it's valid, everything's valid. If you typed in 1234 at salesforce.com, it'd be valid. That means that you can't actually verify, okay? However, I like using this percentages rule that if I find the right person on LinkedIn, I find a good data set of common email address formats, then it's just plug and play. And you have an 80 to 90% certainty that that's their email address. Now, if you want to make this whole process a lot easier, once you find their name, you can plug their name into a more robust database, which is what our stage agents actually use. They use a service called seamless.ai. So somebody wants to write that in the chat. That's SEAMLESS.ai. There's another one, I think it's called like Snow.io, but I don't quote me on that one. But what this does is it scrapes different websites and tools and things like that to not just come up with the person's email, but also their phone number. So if you want to be able to get to their actual phone number, seamless.ai is a lot more robust than Hunter or Mail Tester, because that's only for email addresses for the most part. So that's one thing that you guys can use. All right, so that is how you find somebody. That's, like I said, that's like one of the hardest, at least the hardest direct path. There is also a harder indirect path, and I'm just going to speak to that really quickly. So what's an indirect path, Jed? This is where you get into a situation where you are finding dead ends. So the common step, rinse and repeat process that you need to do is when you find a dead end, go back to Google with your last lead. So for instance, I go into the website, stage website, I find, I'll give actually an example of one that I did a few years ago. So I was looking up a young entrepreneurs event. It was an old page. They hadn't quite gotten the new page up for, it was like 2018. It was going to 2019. They didn't have 2019's up. I found the copyright in the footer. So I knew that it was, the name of the company was the same name as the stage, funny enough. So that was at least easy. I go to LinkedIn, I find 5 employees. Okay, now I find this other guy who's the CEO because it's a small company. I go back to Google because I just couldn't find a company website, actually. I couldn't find a company website. I could only find the stage website. So I go back to Google and I Google the guy's name. Luckily, because it's an event that he hosts, that he runs and everything, he also has a podcast. He also has an Instagram. He has all of these other things. He has all these other ways that I can reach out to him. So if all else fails, I know how to DM him on Instagram. But I go to his Facebook profile and I find his email address. Now that's usually not the case, but sometimes you just get a bone and it's thrown to you. However, the other side of it too is that because he had a personal brand website, I forgot the guy's name. It was like Brad something at, let's call him Johnson. So bradjohnson.com. Well, anytime you meet an influencer or a personality that it has a personal brand and they have their own personally branded website, I guarantee you their email address is firstname@firstnamelastname.com. It is rare that you do not get that. And if you guys want the easy route to researching podcasts, most podcasts have podcast hosts, and those hosts have personal branded websites, and those personal branded websites have personal branded emails, and you can find them that way. So that's just showing you guys another alternative way to find things. And I go back to Google a couple of times there to see what I knew last. So sometimes you got to Google the person, sometimes you got to Google the organization, but when in doubt, go back to Google. All right, so that is a brief crash course in the second step of research. So what we're going to do now, we're going to do this for about 40 minutes, I think. Yeah, we're going to do this for 40 minutes. So what we're going to do is we're going to split this up into 20 and 20 because this will make it isolated and fast. 20 minutes, we're going, actually, no, we're not. I'm going to switch things up a bit. Full 40. All 40 minutes, I want you guys researching the second step of a stage. Now, my rule here is if you're going over 10 minutes for one stage, move on to the next one. Okay, so that's your limit. Try to find the contact information within 10 minutes. If you're not, don't get discouraged. Just move on to the next one. Maybe you chose the super hard ninja move first rather than the super easy like association local stage route, as an example. And if you have any issues, make sure to let your coach know and they can come in and see if they can help out, okay? So we're gonna spend those 40 minutes, and then after that time, we're gonna get into your Champions Outreach tool and starting to do some of the outreach and also how that script gets customized for other purposes as well. All right, let's get after it. All right, folks, let's go ahead and bring it back. I hope you guys had a good time getting some more research done, as well as building that those champions, those lists out as well a little bit more. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to transition into pretty much the rest of this afternoon. The rest of this afternoon, we're going to be focusing in on this 5-in-1 outreach script, and we're going to do it in 2 ways. So the first way is we're going to focus in on this script around reaching out to champions, and I want you guys to go ahead and reach out to some champions. The second way is that we're going to get you guys ready for personalized videos for this. So before I do any of that, though, I want to describe what this 5-in-1 tool is and why we call it the 5-in-1 tool. So the reason why it's a 5-in-1 tool is because there are 5 different ways that you can utilize and tweak this script depending on the context. So one of them is you can use this script. You got to tweak some of the things for it to reach out to your champions to ask them for stage referrals. The next version is you are actually reaching out to a meeting planner directly in a variety of different ways. So the first way that we're going to be focusing on and getting some practice around is what we call a personal connection video. A personal connection video is something where you shoot a video of yourself and you send that to a meeting planner. And you're not shooting it in the way that we do our third method of this, which is the Why Me video. The Why Me video is an evergreen version that goes on your speaker webpage that tells meeting planners why they should pick you for their event. Thus, Why Me, why you should pick me for your event. Now, the similarities between that and the personal connection video are very similar. In fact, they're so similar, we use almost the same script. That's why it's this 5-in-1 outreach tool. But the difference is very key. You begin in the personal connection video talking about that person specifically and their event. This is a one-off video meant to be sent to only one person. Now, one thing that I'm going to pull up here in a minute, I'll do that here in a second, is I will show you guys a video that Pete shot to show you guys what a personal connection video really looks and feels like. It's one of my favorites that I showcase in this workshop because it's so off the cuff and authentic. The things that you're going to see that are different nuances with the way that you implement this script is the way that the different mediums that you're using. So just giving these are 3 of the 5. We're going to talk about the other 2 versions of it tomorrow. There's direct mail, and there's also using the script as a guideline for a proactive phone call. But these other 3, these are ways in which you can reach out from a personal way of getting a referral, from a more personal way of reaching in a one-to-one scenario through an email, a text message, a Facebook message, through a video form, or where it's more polished and public on a web page. You're tweaking that script and making some subtle adjustments to be able to get it to the audience in the way that you want it to get to them. So let's go through a few of these examples here. So in a minute, Jeff, I will be pulling up a video with some audio, so just give me a heads up, man. So before I get to that, I want us to go through the first part that we're doing, which is the champions version of this script. So if you follow along, we are in page 38 in your workbooks. Page 38 in your workbooks. And you'll see here that there is 6 different buckets when we're talking about this outreach tool. Now, you're not going to use all of these buckets for every single version of the script. So I will call out which versions are used and which versions are not used depending on the mode. So, for instance, for the champion script, we have personal connection as the first bucket. We have them and their community in the second bucket. We have solve their audience's problem in the third bucket. In the fourth, we have share social proof. In 5, we have create a win-win. And in 6, we have a CTA or a call to action. So I'll actually go through this with the personal connection video first, because the personal connection video is one that uses all 6 buckets. I believe it's the only one of the 5 that uses all 6. So this one will be good for you guys to illustrate. So personal connection. This is, thanks. This is like, imagine with me that a champion of yours referred you to this meeting planner. Now your first outreach to this meeting planner is sending them a personalized video using this script. So you're sending them a video and you're saying, hey Bob, I love everything that you're doing with the Ignite Your Shine event that you're doing. My friend LaVonna Ross, she referred me to you, and she's said some amazing things about you. And I wanted to shoot you this video. So I just transitioned from bucket 1, personal connection. Now I'm getting into this. And I want to reach out to you because I wanted to see how I could help you with the amazing things that you're doing with your Ignite Your Shine event. I heard that you're wanting to have some speakers that are talking to some educators that are in your audience, and I know that they're struggling with XYZ. So now you're getting into bucket 3, solving their problem. And then you're gonna say, I've been working, and I'm kind of using this off of LaVonna's call, but that you could say, I've worked with Todd Whitaker, and I've worked for this person, that person, over the past several years, and we've seen some amazing results from the talks that I've been giving them. So I wanted to see if I could, reach out to you, see if we could connect, see if there's a way for us to serve your audience together. So, if that sounds good to you, and notice like serving the audience together, that's a little bit of the win-win. And then you get into the call to action. Now, I'm winging that. So I'd rather show you guys a way that somebody who's even better at it than I am, Pete, show you how he didn't wing it, even though it seems like he does. So I'm going to show this video here. I'm going to pull it up here in just a second. But I want to give you guys, once again, some context for how he was able to do this. So, and just real quickly, what I'm going to do after the video is I'm going to have you guys raise your hands. So I'm going to call my digital folks. Jeff just let me know that I can call my digital folks too. So I'm going to call on Scott and Julie to start things off on what they noticed about the video and what they appreciated. But virtual folks, you're not off the hook either. So I want you guys to share what sticks out to you in this video of why do you think this was an effective video that Pete shared. So some context getting into who it is that Pete's reaching out to and how he got there. So he had a champion referral from a stage for this Mary Morrissey event. So Mary Morrissey is a big personality in the digital entrepreneur space. She has an event that she runs out in California, and Pete was wanting to be on her stage. And her son, Pete was able to be connected through another acquaintance. So just so we're all clear, he had a champion who referred him to an indirect meeting planner, her son, and then he was referring him to his mom. So champion, indirect, direct. Just so you guys can realize that this is a multi-step, multimodal process. Now, the thing is that Pete was trying to meet with her in person because he was in California at the time and he was doing some other stuff with another event. He was trying to work everything out and it just wasn't working out. And in the midst of all that, in talking with her son, he was being more discouraging than anything. It's like, look, dude, she doesn't have any outside speakers at her event. She's literally the only person who talks at her event. So I don't think it's really going to work out. So all this stuff is like going against Pete. He doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get anything done, but he was at least able to get her contact information from him and say, hey, I just want to be able to reach out to her and, see if there's any way that we can work together. So all that going in, it doesn't seem like it's going to work out, but he goes ahead and reaches out anyways. So let me go ahead and get this guy up once I find it. That's always the fun part. All right. Boom. All right.
Hey, Mary, it's Pete Vargas, just coming to you from Colorado Springs. And I just wanted to take a quick minute and introduce myself. I've had the privilege of getting to know Matt really well. And I'm grateful for Jesse Dobeck and Brendan both, because that's how I got to know Matt. And just blown away by what you're doing. Matt, about 8 months ago, sent me one of your talks and the things that you're doing for coaches, and just been on all your websites and just absolutely amazed at your results. And so kudos for that. I know you don't know me. My life was deeply impacted 13 years ago by a speaker who came into our community, and my dad heard him, and it completely transformed my father and I's relationship. And as a result, starting with that man, I've committed most of my adult life to helping people get on stages, not for the sake of the stage, but for the sake of what they have to offer past the stage, because that's what changes people's lives. It's not when they hear me speak or anybody speak. It's when they go deeper with that person in their products and services. And so Matt might have told you, but we've booked over 25,000 stages. It's approaching over 30,000 stages. And so people can be in front of their ideal buyers, deliver a powerful message, and ideally have those buyers go deeper and deeper with them. And so anyways, I'm excited to be a part of your community. Matt and I are talking about how we can help your community get on those stages, and I'm really excited and honored to be a part of your community. And I just wanted to shoot you a quick video and let you know that. So can't wait to connect with you, meet you, and I just told Matt I would like to shoot you a quick video. So anyways, have a great day, and I look forward to hopefully meeting you sometime really soon.
All right. So I'm going to call on Scott and Julie in a minute. You guys are first up, just because I have you in the room. I can pick on you. But while they're sharing, raise your digital hand if you have something that was an aha. Marianne is going to be going next because she raised her hand first. So raise your digital hand if you don't know how to do that after a year and a half of COVID. Make sure to click on the reactions button at the bottom of your screen and then click raise hand. All right, Scott and Julie, I'm going to go to you first. And I think Scott or Jeff, you're going to be able to capture their audio.
Actually, can you go? Yes, I can.
All right. All right. What stuck out for the video?
Well, he was blown away by what she was doing and the results they were getting. So that stuck out.
Yeah, I really noticed the edification.
Yeah.
He did.
Building her up. So edification, building her up first. That's a big thing to notice, guys, is showcasing them and their own achievements before you even talk about yourself. Notice how Pete didn't even introduce himself until he was talking about them and talking about the people that they're connected with. That's the reason why that's in bucket one whenever you're doing a personalized communication. All right, Marianne, you're next.
I noticed Pete gave a 30-second version of his signature talk about him and his dad and the impact that stages have had on him and why he does what he does before aligning it with what he recognized the meeting planner does.
Yes, that's a great observation, because the thing that is really nuanced there is how he's able to do a quick preview of his why me version of his story in the like the intro heart portion. That was like the main thing he focused on, and then just bridged it into the solution. But he didn't get into story stage scale. He didn't get into like the depths of it, because that's not what people connect with. People connect with the story first. So Pete did a great job of quickly and succinctly talking about why stages were so important to him. All right, Ryan, I believe you are next.
Yeah, I didn't hear him like asking for anything the whole time. Maybe I missed it, but it just seemed like he was making it all about her, told his story. Like, I didn't know if he was trying to get himself on the stage, if he was trying to get somebody else on the stage. So it just seemed like just trying to connect, and, you know, didn't go for the throat or anything.
Yeah, he was simply asking for a conversation. And remember, all roads lead to the phone, so that's really all that he needed to ask for. Great. Let's see. Next up is Daniel.
Hey there. What I thought was uniquely significant was his prop over his right shoulder. It simply says, "We act and believe." So that's a very tight subliminal message to the person who's staring at it while she's listening to him. That's all.
I love that. That's good. I've never heard that observation before, Daniel, so really well done. You know, another part of that too is that was a good thing to have in the background. Other parts I might have not have had, like he had other people on his whiteboard that were prospects on that list. You know, I'll see if anybody has another observation before I say my observation, to see if you guys caught it as well. All right, Michelle, you're up next.
I mean, I second everything everyone said, but I continue to think of Pete Vargas as creating value. And he emphasized that his goal for the video was not necessarily to get on a stage with her, but rather the impact that what she's doing and what he could do for others. He gave her a number of how many stages he had booked. So he's emphasizing the impact, which keeps resonating with me when I've been coached by you guys. Just create value and it will come around to you.
Yes, I love that. And especially the way that he positions it is on how he's been able to provide value for others. And that doubles as a credibility statement at the same time. So if you're able to implement that in your own scripts, it's a fantastic way to do it. Thanks for that observation. All right, Kathy, and then Trisha, and then we'll continue on. All right, Kathy.
So my observation is similar to Ryan and I guess Michelle, but for me, what just jumped out is he sold his value without actually overtly selling. And the feedback he had from the son was, you know, my mom is the only speaker. She doesn't really want anybody else on stage. No problem. He still sold his value without coming across like a salesman. I mean, it to me, extremely clever.
Yeah,
How
no,
he
for
did
sure.
that.
That's it's a great observation for sure. How can you present things in a valuable way and not a salesy way? Because that's what this video is really, you know, intended for, and what you guys need to attend in your personal outreaches as well. All right, Trisha, last but not least.
Okay, so this is a little bit weird, but he seemed so casual. Like his dress, his everything, it was so super casual. And I don't know at what point in his career it was. I don't know if he would ever do it like this again. But yeah, it just seemed like a little too casual, possibly. Like he's wearing like a t-shirt. It's like, it's I know that looks shouldn't determine what happens, but it does seem as if he might even be, he was so casual and so comfortable having a conversation, but it also looked like he might have been too casual. And I would have made sure my background was completely devoid of anything other than maybe the believe thing. But anyway, I mean, Pete's a master, so who am I to call it? But that's, I did notice that. So he just seemed so casual.
Like a college kid.
Yeah, he looks like a college kid is what Scott said. So yeah, I'm glad that Trisha brought that up. That was my observation the first time I watched this through, is notice how off the cuff, how casual he is in this. And I think, yes, there could be to his detriment almost to a certain degree. My favorite part about all of this is the humming noise in the background. Now, me and Jeff knows what that is because we've been in that room. It's his AC unit, but you might think that it's a vacuum cleaner. So you got that, you know, going on. It's not like the best lighting. He didn't put any like special lighting on. It's his laptop camera. You can tell because he's looking down at the camera. Anytime you like get advised on shooting video, you're always supposed to be at eye line or slightly above. So all those technical things he didn't do. And why is that actually effective for this kind of medium? Because it's meant to be authentic. It's meant to be just, hey, I thought of you and I'm shooting you a quick message. Not, I thought of you and I decided to set up my whole studio with the right lighting. My ring light's good. My elevation of the camera's good. I shot in 1080p and I'm going to upload it to YouTube to send it to you. That didn't happen. And that's why it actually worked very well. Because I think the thing that a lot of us can get nervous about with this kind of video is you want it all to be perfect. And this is a key example that it doesn't have to be perfect. Because guess what? Pete did actually win the stage that didn't allow outside speakers. The best part about all of this for me is that Mary Morrissey got on stage after Pete presented and showed them this video in front of hundreds of people with this in the background. But it was an endorsement. She said, like, look, Pete actually practices what he preaches. This is how he won the stage. He, with, you know, a workout t-shirt, some prospects in the background, and a humming AC noise as well, and not hardly lit at all from a lighting perspective. So I love showing this video for that main reason, because you do not have to be perfect. And look, Trisha made an interesting point about not sure if Pete still does this. I know for a fact that he still does, because you will see him on his phone talking to somebody in an Uber on his way to an airport, or when he's walking down an airport while they're making all the announcements and stuff. Pete doesn't care. The audio might be not the best, but he's going to get it done, and he's going to get it done now. And that's the thing. Done is better than perfect. And there's one thing that you're going to hear me say that again tomorrow when we're developing all the stuff for the assets. The copy that you're writing isn't going to be the perfect copy. The scripts that you're writing and the video that you're going to be practicing to get on your webpage isn't going to be perfect the first time through. But done is better than perfect, because done means you can get it in front of people. So get your message out there. All right. So there's a little bit of a rant from me. Let me make sure how we're doing on time. All right. So I got a few minutes left to get started on this next thing. So with that, just a quick note on the personal connection video side, since I've been in that bucket for a little while before I go back to the champions version of this, is mediums. So I think I saw even in the chat some people asking about mediums. There are ways to do this in different formats. So if you have a champion that connects you and you've got their cell phone number, you can simply send them a quick video through text. That's my almost always recommendation, that you do it that way if you get that kind of champion referral. If it's a cold outreach and all you have is their email, a tool like Bonjoro does integrate with Funnel Gorgeous, so that's our new top recommendation. Our old top recommendation was BombBomb. We still love BombBomb. I think Pete still uses BombBomb because that's what he's most familiar with. So that's another app that you can send video messages to email. So that's another way. And I believe BombBomb and Bonjoro also have a social media version as well. However, with social media, just like test messages, if you DM somebody on Instagram or on Facebook, you can typically send a video as well, just within the app. So those are just some technical things for you guys to think about. All right. So from there, let's go back to the champions outline, because what I want you guys to do in this next focus session is to begin to work on this for reaching out to champions. Now, I'm going to say this as a two-pronged approach. You're going to have people that you know well and people that you don't know so well. And there are two approaches to it. If you know them well, all I want you to do is ask them out to coffee. Ask them to connect over Zoom sometime, because you have something that's really close to your heart that you want to share with them, and you want them involved in this process. And it's easier to have that as a phone conversation or a Zoom conversation or a coffee conversation than it is to just send a bunch of emails. So if you have a close conversation, all I want you to do is book an appointment with them so that you can talk them through what your vision is for getting on stages, and talking them through maybe who do they know, what podcasts do they know, what conferences they know, what organizations are they a part of that could be helpful to you in connecting you. That's usually that'll be the most effective for your closer relationships. For your not so close relationships, then you'll want to use a version of this 5-in-1 script. So the differences that you're going to be doing is you're doing the personal connection, but you're tweaking it. You're tweaking the personal connection to be just about how you're connected to that champion. Thanking them for being a client, thanking them for believing in them, thanking them for being a colleague of yours, depending on the relationship. Talk about something personal. Then instead of talking about them and their community, talk about you and your mission. Write that down. Bucket 2 gets changed to you and your mission. You are now on a mission to, and this is a great place to put in your BHAG from Clarity Execution Workshop. So, hey, now I'm on a mission in the next 10 years. I want to impact 100,000 entrepreneurs. And as I was thinking of who I would like to invite to be a part of this mission, I thought of you. Now, you may not know, people that could directly work with me, but I'm looking at expanding this message and seeing how I can get this message in front of more people. And so I'm looking for connections to podcasts, to organizations, local groups, conferences. And I was thinking about whether or not you had those kind of connections. And so then you're going from the you and your mission, you're getting into what you're wanting to ask. So that's basically skipping out buckets 3 and 4. You're going straight to the win-win. The win-win is really just like for you to connect and for you to ask them for referrals. It's not much of a win-win. It's more of a win for you than anything. But these are people that should already know, like, and trust you. So you asking a favor of them isn't going to be as big of a deal. And then your call to action is, hey, can we grab coffee sometime? Can we connect over Zoom? What works for you? Because the thing that you're probably not going to be able to do with this script is get them to send you a list and send some introductions right away. Almost always, you're going to have an actual live conversation with a champion, just like you're going to have a live conversation with a meeting planner. Is then they'll be able to give you, this is essentially referral business 101 in the stages version. So if you've ever done referral business, it's the same kind of concept. You're just applying that modality to stages. All right. So that's what we're going to be working on right now. What I want us to do is I want you guys to spend, let me make sure we got the right time on this. All right, so we got an hour. So I want, we're going to split the time again, once again, 30 minutes working on the champions version of the script and reaching out to people. I want you to set a goal for how many people you are going to send an email to, a text message to, or pick up the phone and call. I want you to set a goal. I'm not going to make the goal for you, but set a goal to get this many outreaches done in 30 minutes. The other 30 minutes, you're going to be taking that script and you're going to be tweaking it for the personal connection video, which means all of those buckets, you're going to use all of those buckets for the personal connection video script side. So 30 minutes on working on the champions reach out and actually sending it out. And then we're going to work on the personal connection video, because then right after that, I'm going to give you guys some instructions, but you're going to be put into some random groups and you're going to be practicing this personal connection video with each other. And you're going to be giving some feedback with each other as well. So that tomorrow, when we transform this from the personal connection video to the Why Me video, you're going to already have a familiarity with it, and you're going to get coached by our coaches in our teams tomorrow. So this is kind of like a primer for what we're doing tomorrow. So let's go ahead and get into it. 30 minutes on champions and actually reaching out. 30 minutes on customizing that personal connection video that you will be practicing live with some small groups. Let's get after it.
I'm curious, are you there right now, just out of curiosity? Or did you just bail? We got questions. I got a question here.
What's up, Mitchell? We can always be put in a room too.
Yeah, great. What does he mean by send it out and reaching out? He's going through this. I got to tell you, I've been in a lot of classes. This ain't flowing very smoothly for me so far.
I'm with you there. It isn't for me either. Yeah.
So what does he mean reaching out? What does he mean send it out?
Okay. Mitchell and Kathy, do you want to pop into a room or judge?
Yeah.
Whatever. My questions are probably questions everybody else has on their mind too.
Agreed.
Yeah, so let me back up a little bit. I'll say some things, and then Cabrina and Jimmy can take it into some breakout rooms for further clarity if needed.
Yeah. I'd rather you answer the questions since you're leading this.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Mitchell. I'm going to do that right here with a general process for what we're doing. So right now what we're doing is you're working in the script for reaching out to champions, and you're going to reach out to champions. So I want you, that list of people that you listed out, you're going to reach out to them to ask them for stage referrals. That's the goal of these 30 minutes. We want you to actually reach out to people either through email, through text, through phone, whatever is the most natural way for you to communicate to those champions, and ask them for some stage referrals. Or and once again, asking for stage referrals, what I mean by that is you're asking to have a conversation about it. So you're asking them to book an appointment with you, to go out for coffee, that kind of thing. So in that domain, in that bucket, are you clear on that, Mitchell and Kathy?
Okay.
Okay.
So you're actually, all you're doing is you're asking to have the conversation, which may take place at another time, obviously.
Yeah. Yes.
And okay, so it's really set up a time to have a conversation, to find out, to get any referrals that they can offer you.
Yes, and referrals for stages, just to be clear. So referrals for people who are meeting planners versus, the typical referral process of asking referrals for customers. So just want to make sure we're making that mental shift that we're asking people to be connected to meeting planners. Now, I have had some in this who say, hey, look, the most natural thing for me is just pick up the phone and call. If you are picking up the phone to call, then you're just going to go ahead and have that conversation if they have 5 minutes of their time. But if you're doing any other outreach, then you're going to want to have a call to action that is scheduling a time to talk.
Okay. So for me, and I don't know if this is for anybody else, and I'm taking copious notes, and I know that all roads funnel or lead into the phone. I get that. However, for my positioning, for what I do, since it's high level, is I feel like I need to have my landing page, my site up, which is not, I'm almost there, but it's not up. I don't feel like, and I know done is better than perfect. That's my motto. All right. I get it. But at the same time, I need to be able to have collateral material to go to the people that I've already got 2 podcasts arranged that we have not pulled the ripcord on it yet because I'm just not there. I'm not ready. And I know what you said in the beginning. I got the notes.
Yeah. So here's a couple of things to think around with this. Number one, we're not reaching out to meeting planners themselves right now.
Right. Just champions.
We're just the champions,
right.
Which means most of the time, and my recommendation as well is that, because I've actually had to deal with this in the past 3 weeks. Right now, I'm doing what you guys are doing for champions. I'm doing for referrals to get consulting clients. So that's what I do. And almost all of my business is referral based. And whenever I'm asking somebody for referrals, I have collateral that I've developed, but I don't actually give it to them because I don't want them to pass it on. I want me to be the one to do that with the direct prospect. So that's my typical communication with people. So it can be the same thing here. I wouldn't necessarily say you need to have a website or landing page or collateral to give to the champion. Once the champion introduces you, that's when you want to have the collateral, for sure. You'll want to have that web page when the meeting planner has been introduced by the champion. But for the purposes here of just simply reaching out to a champion to have a conversation, the thing that I think a lot of us can get hung up with this, and I'm guilty of it as well, is wanting those things done first before the reach out, when in reality, the reach out is what creates the deadline for you. And I'm a big procrastinator personally. So I will get things done a heck of a lot faster when I know that I'm having a conversation with a potential meeting planner and they want to see some stuff. Now I know, I'm like, okay, I'm having this meeting on Thursday. I need this stuff done by Thursday because the champion just now introduced me. So what you're doing with the way that we're talking about this method is we're creating opportunities for deadline-driven work so that you have, you're almost forcing yourself to get those things ready. And for this first step of reaching out to champions to have a conversation with them on getting stage referrals, in most instances, more than not, you don't need collateral. Now, if they're asking for that, well, that gives you a really good motivator to get those things ready for them as soon as possible.
So I get quick study. So then I'm going forward a little, and I'm looking at all these empty pages, the why me, the video, the proactive calls, the champion reach out, the problem solving letters. There's a lot here. I mean, this is overwhelming as I go forward. I know that we've got a couple hours left today, and then tomorrow, it's just, how are we ever going to get all this done in the next day and a half?
I hear you, Mitchell, for sure. And that's why this we've designed this in a way with the 5-in-1 script. What the work that you're doing now is going to add on to what you're talking about with the Why Me video. Your Why Me video that you're not working on right now is going to be 80% done because of the work that you're doing now for the personal connection video and the champions. And once you are done with the Why Me video script, that makes you 90% of the way there with the problem solving script. And that pretty much solves itself as its own guideline for the phone call script. So the biggest parts of what we're working on with this 5-in-1, those are the biggest parts, and they are building on top of each other, and you're just making some subtle tweaks to the script. You're not writing 5 completely new scripts, because that's what we used to do, and we knew it was overwhelming. And because of that, we've realized that we're essentially, with these 5 tools, using the same language with a few tweaks here and there. So that's the reason why we've designed it in that way.
So let me interrupt you again, just for the sake of time. So then, as I'm looking at, again, the toolbox, like the personal brand statements and the bios, let's just say we get through tomorrow and I'm struggling. What happens then? Who do I reach out to? Who do I contact? What do I do? Am I just sitting here alone?
Yeah, so I'm not sure what your full package is, Mitchell, with the accelerator program.
Just signature talk and the ops. That's it.
Okay, so if you have signature talk and ops with this, that means you do have access to the weekly coaching, which means that you will have ongoing support with those Monday calls, as well as their office hours as well on Thursdays.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, no worries. All right, any further questions before we get in? I want to make sure we still have some time. We have about 53 minutes still, so we've still got plenty of time. All right, Kathy, one more question, then we'll get after it.
So on the champions script, you want us to use what steps in that 5-in-1 script? So for the personal connection video, we should do all of it, right? And then in the champions video, we do, or the champions script, which pieces do we include in that script?
So personal connection, bucket 1. And then the them in your community, I asked you guys to write this down because just full transparency, I thought that this particular part of the workbook got changed. It hadn't, so I'm telling you guys just to write it down instead, is you and your mission instead of them and their community. Now, that's the only part that gets tweaked for all of the 5 scripts is for the champions, so just make sure to write that down. The bucket 2 changes to you and your mission. And then you skip down to the win-win. You're asking them for stage referrals. So you switch that up a bit, and then you get into the call to action. And if you're having trouble customizing that, make sure to hit up Cabrina. She's a better copywriter than I am, and so is Jimmy. So they'll definitely be able to help you guys out if you're having trouble customizing that aspect of things.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right. We're going to go ahead and get into the rest of the breakout session, guys. And one also note that I probably should have said this earlier as well. If you guys do have questions, make sure to put them in the chat. We also are going to have a full session just on Q&A tomorrow morning to start things off for anything that's lingering from today as we get into the day 2 content. So make sure that as you are working through everything, we do have that as an opportunity for y'all as well. All right. Thanks, everybody. Let's get to it. All right, folks, we're going to come on back. Hope you guys got some results on getting that script, the first draft at least, for the personal connection video, as well as the champion script build out and reach out. Let me know in the chat any results that you guys had. How many reach outs did you do? If you were intimidated by the reach outs, but you got your script out in, that's totally fine. Let us know in the chat on that as well. And while you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and give us some instruction for what we are about to do for this this last hour. Let me just double check my schedule here to make sure I'm correct on that. We'll see about adjusting that. No, that is, yeah. So we're going to be spending about 20 to 30 minutes in this next section, which is practicing the personalized video. So one thing I just want to make sure I'm very clear on for tomorrow's part of the schedule is we will be getting into your coaching groups tomorrow around your Why Me video. Now, the Why Me video script versus the personal connection video script is largely the same. In fact, anything that you're doing for your personal connection video, you're going to be cutting out just a few buckets. I'll talk about that more tomorrow for how that applies. But the beauty of this is that the work that you guys have done over this last half hour and what you're about to practice with in these next 20 to 30 minutes, this is getting you ready to do the Why Me video practice again tomorrow. So you're basically doing this over and over again so that by the time you're ready to film this later this week, you'll be ready. And I'm saying later this week, it's on you to do it. Since you guys are all coming from the house, we have those video kits, I believe, at y'all's houses that were sent to y'all for you guys to be able to shoot those Why Me videos. And we're getting you guys ready to actually do that, because at the end of the day, all this is dialing in some messaging to meeting planners. And this, what we've just gone through is the first 2 versions of the 5 versions of this script. The way that you position this to champions, which is the most custom. And then with the personalized connection video, what you're doing with that is you are simply using all of those 6 buckets all at the same time. For the rest of the ones that we'll talk about tomorrow, for the Why Me script, for the problem solving letter, for the phone call, those are nuanced adjustments to this script. So a few ground rules when it comes to practicing in your groups. Now, we wanted to do it this way so that you guys can give some feedback to each other before you get feedback from a coach tomorrow. Because we wanted to do this do both in hand, because we will not have time to do student peer-to-peer feedback tomorrow. So we're doing that here instead. So what you're going to be doing is our Zoom tech, Karen, she is going to be putting you guys in random groups of 3. So this might be different than the people you were introduced to this morning. You're going to be in groups of 3. And this is how you guys are going to do this. One person is going to present first. You are going to practice your personal connection video script. And then after you're done, you're going to say the whole thing. It's okay if you're reading it for the first time. I don't expect it to be memorized. I'll give you a few tips on the practicing here in a minute. And what's going to happen then after that is you're going to allow the other 2 people in the group to give you some feedback. I have some rules on feedback, though, to make it productive and not critical. And then after that feedback is done, you're going to go to the next person and rinse and repeat until all of you in the group, all 3 of you, have not only presented, but also have given or received feedback as well. So a couple of things around this when it comes to the delivery of this personal connection video and the delivery of feedback. So when it comes to actually delivering this script and saying it, one thing that I would like you to do is pretend you're actually reaching out to a meeting planner. I want you to pretend that you have a person in mind. Now, there's 2 ways to do this. If you don't have a person in mind, like specifically, just make up a name, make up an event, but try to be somewhat detailed about this. The other is if you already have a stage in mind that you are going to reach out to at some point, or maybe you've already gotten a stage referral before this workshop, then have that stage in mind, the stage that you want to go after. If you know the meeting planner's name, you know what their theme's about, all that stuff. So either way, you're going to try to focus in on that to do the personal connection part, talk about them and their event. And once again, just pretend otherwise. Then you get into the part that will not change at all of what you were writing, which is about you, how you solve a problem for the audience, sharing some social proof, creating that win-win, and the CTA to hopping on a call with you in the personal connection video. So remember the focus here, we did have 2 audiences in our last session. We had our champion script, which is for reaching out to champions. We had our personal connection video, which is reaching out to meeting planners themselves. So that's the bucket that we're in now for this practice round, reaching out to the meeting planners themselves with this personal connection video. So that's some tips on how to present this in the practice, since you're not actually like doing it to a real person. Now, for giving feedback, the main question I want you guys to ask yourselves when you are looking through or when you're listening to the person that's giving this presentation is, I want you guys to ask yourself what is clear and what is not clear given the outline. What is clear and what is not clear given the outline. So if they are presenting and they accidentally skipped over the create a win-win, or it wasn't clear to you that there was a win-win, then that is the feedback that you give. And part of the clarity as well can be the clarity on the way that they're presenting themselves, the way that they are, the tone that they have. You can do some of that as well if you want. My preference, though, is more on the content of the wording, because chances are all of you will be a little bit, it'll be like a toddler walking. It's going to be a little bit all over the place. So I don't expect you guys to have the pacing or the tone or the exact right words. That's not what we care about in this particular session, since this is a first draft and a first time speaking it out loud. The main thing is the content and the flow. If the content and the flow are good and clear, then give them that feedback that was good and clear. If there were some holes in the content, some holes in the flow, in the order that they did it, then that's what to say wasn't clear for you, okay? Now, we have, like I said, around 20 to 30 minutes. I'll probably say with 3 people in each room, each giving feedback. Let's keep it to 20 minutes. That's about 6 minutes per person. It should only take you 2 minutes to actually deliver the script. And then that gives you another about 4 minutes to 5 minutes of feedback per person. It's actually about 5 minutes that you'll be able to get feedback. So about 2.5 minutes per person giving feedback from each person, and then moving on to the next one. So what I would like you guys to do once you get into these breakouts is have somebody be a timekeeper to make sure you guys are on track for that, because we are going to be coming back here into the main session for a closing session, setting up day 2, making sure we're very clear there. So we don't want to miss that, but let's go ahead, get into our breakout rooms as soon as I just say one more thing, just to recap. I want to be very clear of what we're expecting, okay? So once again, 2 minutes to share, about 5 minutes of feedback, move on to number 2 and number 3. So all in all, that's about 21 minutes if I'm being exact. So you'll have to decide who's going first, second, or third. Let's do this. And remember, this is a good practice run for the actual coach feedback tomorrow. So Karen, you can go ahead and put everybody into their breakout rooms of 3. Let's go ahead and do it.
Hey there.
Hello.
Okay, let me get this into gallery view.
I forgot I was still on mute.
All right, who wants to go first? No one does, I will.
Go for it.
All right, so here's my reach out. This is a warm, not a fully cold prospect. Hey, Sarah, I really love the work you've done with your glass studio and in empowering other glass artists through the education series at Glass Alliance, New Mexico. I'm just blown away by the massive talent of your artist members and the enthusiasm of GANM in promoting them. I've made it my mission to empower professionals to use the power of communication to turn their field into their fortune. My name is Marianne Bielka, and I help business owners who struggle with getting traction with their products and services by helping them clearly communicate their value to attract their target client every time, increasing momentum for their business and their brand. I went from being a stand-up comedian in New York City, communicating to make people laugh, to being a corporate executive, communicating to lead a project team for a 7-figure revenue stream. Now, with my company, I share that knowledge to help small business owners get big business results. I believe the universal but seldom shared techniques that I will share with the glass artists in your audience will allow them to get their work into more galleries and exhibits, increasing their name recognition and putting more of their art into the hands of private and public collectors. Your Artist Business Education series is very exciting and so needed. I'd love to talk with you more about how we can partner together to make your program a wow moment for everyone. Because when your artist members succeed, using the tools your association provides, it just makes your organization so much stronger. I'd love to hop on the phone sometime in the next week, blah, 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 included a link verbatim out of the script. Okay.
I thought it
was
was great.
fantastic.
I went for a whole different niche, like a whole different one. Okay.
I think you touched on all the points that I saw there. I like it. It sounded nice actually hearing it, as far as how you went in and kind of complimented them first before you got into your introduction, and following it really it works. It makes it, you try to listen to it like from the standpoint of who you're talking to and saying, would it be believable to me, and would I be impressed by that? And no, I thought it was good. I don't have any big constructive things to say or to change or anything that I thought was missing.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I agree with Tony. It was great that you went in and complimented them before you even said who you were.
You don't think it went too much away from glass art before it went back to glass art? Because I'm not a glass artist.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. That way, I mean, gosh, yeah, it's tough to know how much to put in, how much not to put in, because I mean, there's times where I thought maybe it got more detailed than it, but see, if somebody's in that niche, though, they're going to probably want more details too. So I don't know, like how brief to make it and how long to make it either, because you don't want to lose them. You really want to just basically, you're trying to say the basics to get them interested, to hopefully at least set up another call at a time where you get into more details then. So I would just watch, not overwhelm them with too much detail at the beginning, because you don't even know if it's going to be a possibility. But you want to give them enough to make them interested to set up that call.
Right.
So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was
your time.
It was good to have more information, just to know how, it was good to know your background, and then tying it, like how you tied it back then to how you could help them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like a differentiation. That's okay. Cool.
That was good.
All right. Who's next?
Do you want to go, Tony?
Sure, why not? So I didn't mind on the standpoint of connection video, as if I guess I was a little bit confused at the beginning of the script in the first sentence or so, because it almost seemed like the person who was introducing you or making the introduction was there, the way it was kind of written. So I kind of did as if he was on the call, or it was either in person or it was on a Zoom call, and that person was there. So the person introducing me was, I'm a dentist. So the person introducing me was another dentist that I know, was making an introduction to a meeting planner that he knew. So his name was Bill. So mine starts off, thanks for the introduction, Bill. Mary, Bill has been raving about your event, and it's amazing what you're doing to help dentists improve their practices. It looks like you've been bringing in incredible speakers teaching quality content. I love how your events teach valuable, practical information dentists can apply right away in their practice to help their patients and their business as well. Like Bill said, my name is Dr. Tony Matheny. I help dentists who struggle with getting patients to accept their treatment recommendations with case acceptance training through videos, coaching, and in-office training. Recently, our video training course went live, and we have trained a few offices in person, one of which achieved a 25% increase in their collections the very next month. I'm so excited about your event. I'd love to talk to you about how we can partner together to make your event a wow moment for everyone. I'd love to hop on the phone sometime in the next week or so to talk about more about your event. I've included a link below to my schedule to book a time, whatever's convenient for you. I'm so excited to connect soon.
That's it.
I like that. I wanted to hear I like the results. 25% increase in collections right away. I think that if you added a reference to collections before that result statement, it would help prepare them for what you're offering. You said your association helps dentists, and I'm a dentist who. It made me think that you're still in the audience and not in front of the audience.
Right.
Okay, so as a dentist who has excelled in collections, I train other dentists who might just be a little bit of a separation statement to put you on the stage instead of in the audience.
So you think like get to how this information has impacted me, put that earlier in that, you think it'd be a beneficial thing? Is that what you were saying?
You talk about some of the trainings you do, like the online and live and in person and things like that. I think that talking about what the training includes, like the collections and
what you're covering basically in those.
Yeah,
that's true, because that's true, because like I said, you want to really, it's one thing to say you have training and coaching and videos, but okay, well, what do those do, right? Is that you're saying, like, how do those impact dentists? How's it change their practice and in their lives that way? Because that's true. That's a good point. Yeah, I like that.
Can repeat the word collections, because we talk faster than we hear.
Right.
And your listener needs to hear that a few times to have it cement and associate that with your image. If that's your niche, is that your only training specialty?
Well, it's all about sales training for doctors is basically the overall subject. So all aspects of sales training to help. Mainly, I'm focused mainly on dentists, how to get dentists to get their patients to say yes to the treatment recommendations. That way it's about learning how to, overcome objections, learn how to ask for the sale, learn how to, build rapport, and just all aspects of the sales training process, which can be shorter, it could take a while that way.
I like from before, if you could put in, my sales training for dentists helps the dentists in your audience get their patients to say yes to treatment options. Just say it exactly that way to the meeting planner. That adds a lot of clarity to what you offer, and I think will help you get a call.
Yeah, that was great. I like that a lot. Yeah.
How many years have you been doing this training?
Well, I'm just really kind of like launching it now. Like what I did is I created an online video training program, which is about 40 short videos. It goes from A to Z, everything you need to know on sales training. So I have that all done, edited. It's all up on a site where they can actually sign up for it and do it. And I'm just starting to experiment with now whether to do like a membership thing where they have access to the videos each month, cancel when they want, or just a one lump sum where they have lifetime access. So I have that. I've gone into 3 or 4 dental offices locally and trained them for free just to get some experience and some testimonials from them. I haven't charged anything for that yet. And I haven't done any speaking at any events yet. So I want to start doing dental conventions and speaking as well to kind of build myself up as a expert or guru in this space, and then hopefully be able to get some coaching clients and speaking and all that.
How long have you owned your own practice?
I've been a dentist for 31 years. I've had my existing practice now for 25 years, and I just sold the practice a month ago.
Okay. Because I think you could include, I don't remember if you said 25 years or not.
No, I didn't put anything.
You could also use that in there.
Yeah, that's a good idea too. I sold it, and then I'm working for the dentist like part-time. So I just found that I wasn't able to pursue this passion and dream of mine, working full-time with family and all this too. So I figured I'm just going to cut back to like 2 days a week, work for him. Now I have time to free me up to pursue this that I want to do,
Nice.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's great.
Thanks for the feedback, guys. That was helpful for sure. Yeah, you kind of go along with this. You thinking that everybody kind of understands what you're talking about or what you mean, but yeah, I didn't get very specific in the benefit that I'm getting. And I like what you said too before about talking to them like you're talking to a planner on the impact that they're going to have for their audience. I think that's really beneficial. Yeah.
And I think when you're in it, you're doing it, sometimes you don't think about what people don't know.
Right.
Yeah. The brainstorming is always so helpful.
I want you to go before we don't run out of time.
Okay. So mine, I feel like is, it's rough because I'm working with AYR. So I have a stage agent with them who does a lot of my reach out and stuff, but more so I'm actually doing something similar to Tony. So I'm a residential architect, And I've converted that into a training program for real estate agents, so they can think more like an architect, to just improve how they serve their clients. So this is probably going to be rough.
Can't be rougher than
And
mine. Go for it.
I said, hello, Lisa. My name's Heidi Bolliard, and I'm the owner of Sold by Design and Simplified Living Architecture. I love how you're helping real estate agents to expand their potential, and it looks like you've been doing amazing things with your community. Sold by Design helps real estate agents eliminate the frustrations of not selling more homes, not getting more referrals from their past clients, and not reaching their goals. Our talk is going to empower your real estate agents with the knowledge of design, structural aspects, and mechanical systems. Over the last 21 years, I've worked as a residential architect and have worked with over 750 homeowners to improve how their home functions and flows. Using that knowledge, I've converted the experience and best practices into a training program for real estate agents, and I recently started Sold by Design. My goal is to empower 1 million people to transform homes for 21st century families by 2031. My experience allows real estate agents to build their confidence with design skills and the knowledge of structural elements and mechanical systems so they can become a leader in their company and community, sell more homes, receive more referrals, and increase their commissions. This eliminates the frustrations with the existing homes on the market, because most homes don't align with the lifestyle of the 21st century family. The spaces are closed off, feel too small, the rooms are too dark, and there's no storage. And then, yeah, he stopped us. So I know I need to add more in there about like what they're doing, but I was kind of looking at it more of like a why me video instead of like the sales. Like a sales or like the video script for like a champion, like the champion
Two quick
sales script.
things that stuck out. There was a point where you were talking how they will eliminate the frustrations of selling so that they would not have to struggle to get more referrals and not. I'd like to see you pivot that to make it positive.
Flip it. Yeah.
Eliminate the frustration of selling so you get more referrals, so you get this positive outcome, so you get this. And I think that will foster more acceptance and enthusiasm in your listener.
Okay. Yeah.
And at the end, you went into teaching points rather than trying to get the call.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought everything you said was good. It made sense, and I like the fact that you gave a lot of benefits, you know, of what somebody could learn from this. But it did. Mm-hmm. It started kind of seeming like you were on the stage.
Right.
Yeah.
You were kind of lecturing there, and it was good content. I was interested in it, but it wasn't. It was kind of defeating the purpose of what this would be, I think, because
right.
I tended to get into that sometimes too, because you could talk forever about our subject that we love, but that's not the point of this. Is trying to really teach tell them what we know about this. I think your benefits were great, but I think just shortening it down and you know, like Marianne said, there is just to try to lead towards that call more. It is, you know, some quick benefits about, you know, why you'd be a good fit for their audience, like she was telling me, mm-hmm. and then really try to, you're kind of pumping them up about them and their event. Say how you would be a good fit and how the objectives that you could give for their audience, the benefits of that, and then like to lead into that call, like she said. I know you kind of ran out of time there at the end. You would have got to that, but just lead into how you'd really like to set up the time to speak with them a little bit more about, you know, how you can work together to make the event even better than it already is going to be. You know, how you can add some benefits.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Heidi, I'm curious. When you talk about spaces too small, too dark, closed off, and it doesn't fit today's lifestyle, are you helping real estate agents sell those properties with those limitations?
Yeah. So so that they're thinking, to give them design skills so they're thinking differently about how they sell. So being able to go in a house, like I go into a house, and be like, oh, well, if you did this or did this,
Mhm.
just to help them think, to improve their thought process about selling.
The
Just really
limited
to think like an architect.
information, the limited knowledge I have about the real estate community is I know that they refer to houses for sale as inventory. And
Okay.
what happens if you have, my techniques will help the realtors in your office be able to quickly sell inventory that does not necessarily fit today's buyer's desire. I'm paraphrasing something like that. And then you don't have to go into the room's too small. Although I loved hearing you say it, I want to learn more about what you do, frankly.
That's true.
To help your agents. Yeah.
Quickly move inventory with, potential design limitations,
or even just design limitations. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Fantastic. Thank you. Yeah, I need to work on it more tonight.
Yeah, you guys, we only have, I know we only have we have about 4 minutes left, but if you have any questions, we can ask of each other to bounce off ideas now would be good. I'm just thinking that, I was just thinking also too, just in general, that I think if you guys agree that it'd be better like for us, all of us to kind of, as a focus on like what our information or our training, what it's going to do for the people in our audience in the crowd, rather than giving details about what you're doing, like how you're going to teach them or how you're going to make focus on the results.
So I've been a paid speaker for a while.
Yeah.
Though that kind of crashed down when lockdown happened. Virtual's been great, but it's not the same as being on a live stage. I do have a profile on espeakers.com. I'm not yet working with AYR Speaker Agency. That will come in the future when I'm done with this accelerator program. But on the profile that we have, you always want to say when your audience attends this presentation, they will leave with this, 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 and this. And I always add, and they will have fun doing it. They will learn this, 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 and they will have fun.
I like that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, and you always need to show the value of what the audience takes away, because the event planner wins when the audience is happy. If they're filling out the feedback cards and you go, this event stinks and it's your fault, you'll never work again. I'm probably not because they know they're.
Yeah. I just there's a dental meeting called the Academy of General Dentistry, and they're having a cool thing at their meeting next year. They're having a thing for new speakers, up and coming emerging speakers that if you haven't really done this before. So it's a 50-minute talk you can give. They'll have a room with people in there, dentists for you, and you can speak for 50 minutes. And they want you to leave a little time for Q&A. But yeah, it was kind of cool. I filled out the profile. That one of the things they want to know is a little title of it, but they wanted 3 objectives that your audience member would get. And they gave you a little hint too. They said, listen, start your objections with verbs. They're going to walk. They said, finish this sentence. Your audience member will walk away understanding, or will walk away with the ability to blank. And you fill it in like they will learn. Like in my case, I was going to do a small talk if they accept me on overcoming patient objections, to treatment. So they are going to learn that why objections aren't necessarily a bad thing or something like that, and then understand the difference between a real and a false objection. So start with like a verb like that. So I think that's a good way of coming up with those objections, is start with a verb, which is results driven. If we can do that in our talk to a potential meeting planner, because right away they're going to want to know, they don't want to know the details, everything we're going to talk about. They want to know what it's going to do for their audience. But that made me think of that when you were saying that too, Miriam.
Yeah, if you're a hero for the audience, then you're a hero for the event planner.
Exactly. That's good. Well, guys, that was worthwhile. I'm glad we did that. That it made it nice hearing it out loud and having the feedback from each other. So
yeah, it's great.
I know we have 20 seconds left, but Heidi, how has it been working with the AYR agency there?
It's been great. It's been great. So I have a stage agent already, but I had asked her, I sent her a message today and was like, what do you need from me?
Right?
While I'm in this program, what have you been waiting at? So
that's great. Well, thanks, guys. They're going to send us over now.
Nice to meet you both.
All right, folks, let's come on back. Hope you guys had a good first stab at practicing that personal connection video script. Now, what we're going to be doing now is this is our last session of today. So really what I'm going to be doing for the best way to use this time, because I want to release, especially those of you who are on East Coast time, some time to unwind and unpackage some of the stuff that we talked about today. So when we get into tomorrow, things I want you guys to be prepped and ready for, so to speak, is the main thing that we're going to be focused on in the first half of tomorrow before lunch is taking this script, this personalized video, and making it evergreen for a Why Me video. So I'm actually going to quickly go over the differences between the personal connection video script that y'all just practiced and wrote out and what you change for the Why Me video. It's actually quite simple. So when you, let me go back to that page on the personal connection video script. I was just going ahead to tomorrow's sections in the workbook, just making sure we're all good there. So on page 38, so we have the 6 buckets: personal connection, them and their community, solve the audience's problem, share social proof, create a win-win, and call to action. So the difference between the Why Me video, which is an evergreen video that goes on the top of your speaker web page, and the personal connection video that you send in one-off environments to a direct message, to a text message, to an email, things like that. The difference is very simple, but it's worth noting. Number one is the bucket one, personal connection. You don't have a personal connection to every meeting planner on the planet, right? So you're going to not do that bucket. Now, when it gets into them and their community, that is when you are going to be general about them and their community. So you're going to say, as a meeting planner, I understand that it is hard for your audience of entrepreneurs, for your audience of retirees, for your audience of struggling moms, for your audience of insert your niche. It's hard for them to, and then get right into the solving the audience's problem. So you briefly just talk about the meeting planner and the audience they serve. This is being general. So just to be clear, if you serve several sub niches, in the Why Me video, you are sharing your umbrella niche, your biggest niche, your broadest group of people. So, with Advance Your Reach, we will be saying that as entrepreneurs. We will be saying, as a meeting planner, I know that your event that is designed around helping entrepreneurs grow, they are struggling to know how to acquire clients. And what we've developed is a system on how to acquire clients using stages. Now, I know you don't know who I am. My name's Jed Olson. I was the director of product development for Advance Your Reach. And why we're so passionate about helping entrepreneurs with stages, because that helped our founder, Pete Vargas, restore a relationship with his dad. And then you get into the rest of what Pete did in his video that we showed you with Mary Morrissey. The rest is the same. You look at any of the Why Me videos that we've done in the past, it's the same as Pete's Mary Morrissey video. It just has that first personalized part that talks specifically about Mary Morrissey or specific about whoever you're talking to. Those specifics go away. So in all honesty, you actually already have a Why Me video script. You're just cutting out some parts of the personal connection video script. And we're going to be practicing that tomorrow, that Why Me script, with our coaches tomorrow. We're going to have a lot longer. It's not going to be 20 minutes. It's going to be a few hours, because we have to we're going through all of you as coaches, for our coaches to give you guys feedback on that. So that is one of the biggest things for tomorrow, is getting that Why Me dialed in. Now, here's one thing I really want to make sure that you guys all know leaving today, because this is something that is common I see at events, especially virtual events as well. Because chances are, after you get off of this Zoom, you might have already noticed it when you're in your focus times. You might get your phone dinged and you got a million notifications. You've been trying to stay focused on this, and then you're going to get off and you're going to get back into the real world very quickly. Even the duckers who are here, they're probably going to have the same thing happen to them when they're in their hotel room. And I get it. The thing that I want you guys to recognize with this is if there is one thing that you walk away from with this workshop, it's this script, because this script bleeds into everything else that we develop and that you will plug and play into your speaker webpage, into any other templates. Because at the end of the day, what you're trying to do is you're trying to create a personal connection with a meeting planner. You're trying to help them understand that you solve a problem that your audience have. And not only do you solve a problem, you understand their problem. Because people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care, right? Using John Maxwell's quote, if you guys have ever listened to him on that. So you got to make sure that they understand that they know that you care. So you're helping them understand that you understand the problem. Now you're getting into showing some social proof. You're doing that here in this Why Me video. Now, one note that I gave to the Duckers that I'll also give to you guys as well. And that is, Jed, I'm in the start bucket. I don't have social proof. I don't have the 25,000 stages line that Pete can just throw away. I don't have I've worked with 100 clients, or I've delivered this many messages, or I'm a New York Times bestselling author. I don't have that. Here's a little tip, and this is a tip from back when we were working on bios at the Clarity Execution Workshop. And that is future cast your credibility. If you future cast your credibility by using your big, hairy, audacious goal, then that actually showcases credibility. Now, you might think that doesn't seem correct, but it is. So like the Duckers, they have a big, hairy, audacious goal to impact 1 million entrepreneurs by 2030. Okay, so when they're talking to a meeting planner and sending their personal connection video, after they talk about how they're solving problems for the audiences, how they want to help entrepreneurs get past the mental blocks that they have, we're on a mission, and we're on a mission to get 1 million entrepreneurs, to impact 1 million entrepreneurs by 2030. And we want you, and we want to partner with you to get that mission accomplished. Now, the reason why that works, there's a psychological reason that Robert Cialdini talks about in his book, Influence. If you haven't read it by now, I know Pat, every single Signature Talk workshop recommends that book. So if you haven't done it, you need to do your homework eventually. But in that book, Robert Cialdini talks about the value of anchor pricing, or anchoring and contrasting different numbers. Now, in the studies that he did, he noted that you can say any number that is really big, and then when you get to the other number of what you want them to pay attention to, and it's that much lower, people will be more apt to be influenced by it. Now, the most common version of that is actually through, you've probably seen webinars where they say, this is how much value you get. You know, Pete does this all the time. We practice what we learn. And that is, you know, there's $60,000, $100,000 worth of value, but you're only getting it for $20,000. That's anchor pricing at work. That also can be anchoring credibility. And the thing is that studies show that it doesn't even matter what the big number is. It doesn't have to be a dollar amount. They were doing psychological studies with different groups in Robert Cialdini's book around how you could say you could do a BHAG. We're on this mission to impact 1 million entrepreneurs. And to be a part of that, to get more out of this, we're having this course for $2,000. So that's part of where this comes from. So it's also the same thing. Like, people don't necessarily pay attention to your track record from the credibility standpoint, but if you're on a mission that is a big, hairy, audacious goal and there's a number tied to it, that actually breeds credibility as well. So that is one way for our start bucket folks. If you're like, well, Jed, that was the part that I struggled with, was the credibility statement portion of this. And tomorrow when I'm working on the testimonials, I don't have any yet. That's where you can add in a few things. And then once you start getting those testimonials, once you start getting that credibility, by all means, add it back in. All right, so I went on a little bit of a rant there, but I wanted to make sure that we're clear on that side, because when you get through this script, this one script, it helps feed the rest of the things that we're going to be developing tomorrow, both in the morning with the Why Me video script and in the afternoon with the speaker web page and the funnel. Because honestly, what you're doing is you're saying the same thing in a few different ways Because at the end of the day, this is every marketing messaging I've ever heard. Somebody needs to hear from you 7 times before they take action. That is what we're developing over these 2 days. You may think, well, Jed, I feel like I'm being repetitive here. Exactly. Because you are the only one paying attention to that many times of the reach outs. The person who you're trying to get to hasn't read all of them, hasn't seen all of the videos. Chances are, if they see the personal connection video, they'll book a call, or they might not go to your speaker landing page. Then they get reminded of it through a phone call or something else, and then they connect with you. They're not going to engage with every piece of content that you put out to them. So it's okay for some of these pieces of content to be similar in nature. It's that way for a reason, because you're trying to be congruent with your messaging. And also, this is making it a little bit simpler for you guys, because I know, earlier, yes, anything that we work on, especially when it comes to messaging, especially when it comes to copywriting that we're going to do tomorrow, it can seem overwhelming at times. But I want you guys to remember, the thing that you developed today, this personalized video script, that is the core component to the rest of the messaging that we're developing tomorrow. That is the biggest 20% that gets you 80% of the results. And it's going to be a snowball effect for you guys as we go into tomorrow. Like I said before, we will also be doing a short, about 20 to 30 minute Q&A session. So anything that you guys have, lingering questions, obstacles, opportunities, aha moments from today, I want to make sure that we'll start off strong with that. Here in the main session, I'll be the one answering all the questions and things like that. Then we'll get into the Why Me video section, and we'll lay out the ground rules for that tomorrow. All right. Thank you guys so much for coming here and being engaged. I will see you guys tomorrow. Let me just make sure I'm correct here. Yes. It's 9 a.m. here Mountain Time for my local folks. For you guys, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or wherever your time zone is. Thanks again, guys, so much. We'll see you tomorrow.